Money did not begin as coins or accounts, but as patterns of obligation embedded in social life. Long before formal currencies, communities exchanged goods, labor, and favors through repeated interactions that created expectation and memory. These exchanges were shaped by kinship, status, and ritual rather than calculation. Value emerged from relationships that persisted over time, not from prices fixed in advance. Early exchange systems reduced uncertainty by tying economic activity to social recognition. A gift created a bond, and a return gesture reaffirmed standing within the group. Surpluses circulated during ceremonies, feasts, and seasonal gatherings that redistributed resources. Scarcity was managed through norms that prioritized survival and cohesion. What mattered was continuity, since trust accumulated slowly and losses were shared collectively. Exchange therefore functioned as a stabilizing force within small groups. This foundation framed later developments by embedding economic behavior within moral expectations and shared identity. Such systems favored reputation over efficiency and endurance over speed, establishing habits that endured for generations and constrained opportunism. They formed the quiet background against which later monetary abstractions would eventually appear without displacing the social roots of exchange entirely or immediately. Barter is often described as the earliest form of economic exchange, yet evidence suggests it was rarely a dominant system. Direct barter requires a coincidence of wants that limit scale and frequency. In small communities, needs were predictable, making deferred reciprocity more practical than spot trades. Anthropological records indicate that barter appeared mainly between groups lacking trust or shared norms. Within communities, exchange relied on credit, memory, and obligation rather than immediate equivalence. Goods moved according to social rules that balanced generosity and restraint. This reduced conflict by avoiding explicit valuation of people and possessions. Barter surfaced at boundaries, where social ties were weak and caution prevailed. It functioned as a temporary bridge rather than a stable foundation. Over time, these limitations shaped the search for more flexible mechanisms. The persistence of the barter narrative reflects later economic simplifications rather than lived practice. According to ethnographic studies, early economies operated through social accounting systems embedded in daily life. These findings challenge linear stories that project modern market logic backward and obscure the adaptive complexity of early exchange arrangements documented across diverse regions and periods of human history globally. By the late Paleolithic period, exchange networks already linked distant groups through material flows. Archaeological finds of obsidian, shells, and pigments reveal movement across hundreds of kilometers. These materials carried symbolic as well as practical value. At the time, mobility and seasonal migration structured contact between groups. Exchange reinforced alliances that reduced risk in uncertain environments. By around 10,000 BCE, the transition toward settled agriculture intensified these interactions. Surpluses became more regular, and storage extended time horizons. Neolithic sites show evidence of specialized production and distribution. Items such as stone tools and ceramics circulated beyond their points of origin. These patterns indicate coordination without centralized authority. The rhythm of exchange followed ecological cycles and social calendars rather than continuous markets. According to comparative archaeology, similar structures appeared independently in multiple regions. This suggests convergent solutions to shared constraints of production and survival. Exchange supported information flow, spreading techniques, styles, and norms across landscapes. Over generations, these connections accumulated into durable corridors of interaction. Material evidence thus records social systems operating before formal money embedded within subsistence strategies and ritual practice long preceding states, markets, or written records anywhere. The mechanism underlying early exchange rested on trust reinforced through repetition. When individuals interacted repeatedly, the cost of betrayal increased over time. Reputation served as a ledger, recording behavior without physical tokens. This worked because social memory extended beyond single transactions. Sanctions were informal but effective, ranging from exclusion to loss of status. Exchange obligations were flexible, allowing adjustment to changing circumstances. This flexibility absorbed shocks such as poor harvests or illness. The absence of fixed prices prevented precise calculation but supported resilience. Value remained contextual, shaped by need, season, and relationship. Over time, these mechanisms stabilized expectations within groups. They also constrained growth by limiting exchange to known networks. According to economic historians, such systems scale poorly without institutional reinforcement. As populations expanded, anonymity increased and memory became unreliable. This created pressure for external markers that could carry trust impersonally. Early accounting devices and standardized goods emerged gradually from this pressure. These developments did not erase social exchange but layered upon it, forming hybrid systems that persisted across long transitions between kin-based reciprocity and abstract monetary coordination that would later define complex economies at scale globally historically. According to anthropologists such as Marcel Mauss, early exchange operated through gift economies. These systems emphasized obligation to give, receive, and reciprocate. The timing and form of return were intentionally indeterminate. This indeterminacy preserved relationships by avoiding strict equivalence. Gifts carried the identity of the giver, binding objects to persons. At the time, refusing a gift risked social rupture. Ceremonial exchanges, including potlatch systems, redistributed surplus while asserting hierarchy. By the early 20th century, such practices were documented across Oceania and the Americas. These accounts challenged assumptions that self-interest governed all economic behavior. Studies show that generosity and competition coexisted within structured norms. According to later analyses, these systems functioned as social regulators rather than markets. They allocated resources while reinforcing memory, rank, and mutual dependence. Material circulation therefore expressed social order, not price signals. This perspective reframed early exchange as governance through custom. It remains influential in contemporary debates on money origins. By emphasizing obligation, it situates economics within social systems rather than isolating it as an autonomous sphere that emerged fully formed in early history or universal human behavior across cultures and epochs without exception. As exchange networks expanded, their social foundations encountered strain. Increased population density reduced familiarity among participants. The reason trust weakened was the thinning of repeated interaction. Obligations became harder to track across distance and time. Informal sanctions lost force when exit was easy. This worked because mobility allowed avoidance of reputational consequences. Communities responded by experimenting with standardized items that simplified settlement. Objects with durability and divisibility gained prominence. These items did not replace social exchange immediately. Instead, they complemented it by extending credit beyond close ties. The shift was gradual and uneven across regions. According to archaeological evidence, beads, metals, and measures served this role. They acted as memory aids, carrying value recognition between strangers. Standardization reduced negotiation costs without eliminating social context. This hybridization preserved flexibility while enabling broader coordination. The process differed by ecology, technology, and political organization. No single path led from barter or gifting to money. Instead, multiple trajectories reflected local constraints and choices. These trajectories overlapped and interacted across long periods before stabilizing into recognizable monetary systems that supported larger, more anonymous economies with institutional backing eventually historically widely adopted globally. Studies show that early exchange cannot be reduced to efficiency alone. According to historians, moral frameworks shaped what could be traded and how. Certain goods were restricted, sacred, or status-bound. At the time, violating exchange norms carried spiritual and social consequences. Written records from Mesopotamia by 3000 BCE reveal temple-based redistribution. These institutions recorded obligations in kind long before coinage. According to tablets, barley and silver functioned as units of account. Payment often occurred through transfers between accounts rather than physical delivery. This indicates abstraction without full monetization. Similar patterns appear in ancient Egypt and China. According to economic texts, such accounting systems supported large public projects. They coordinated labor, rations, and taxation within centralized authority. This demonstrates that money as accounting preceded money as medium. Exchange thus evolved through institutional record-keeping as much as trade. According to comparative studies, similar logics emerged independently. This convergence reflects shared administrative challenges. Large populations required coordination beyond face-to-face interaction. Accounting provided continuity where trust alone could not. These records stabilized expectations across generations and supported expanding political economies long before coins circulated widely as money objects. Understanding barter and early exchange reframes money as a social technology. It highlights continuity between obligation, memory, and calculation. Early systems prioritized stability over growth. They embedded economic action within shared norms and authority. As complexity increased, these foundations did not disappear. They were reorganized and abstracted through symbols and records. The persistence of social logic shaped later monetary forms. Trust, enforcement, and legitimacy remained central concerns. Money emerged not as a rupture but as an adaptation. This adaptation carried forward assumptions about order and responsibility. The groundwork laid by early exchange continued to influence expanding systems. According to institutional analyses, later chapters of monetary history rest on these bases. They condition how value is measured, stored, and transferred. The movement toward formal money retained embedded social expectations. These expectations shaped acceptance, compliance, and authority. As systems scale, abstraction increases but dependence persists. Early exchange, therefore, remains present within modern financial structures, not as practice, but as underlying architecture. This architecture channels behavior, trust, and coordination, setting conditions that later innovations must navigate as monetary systems continue to expand and integrate across regions, institutions, and abstract networks. As early exchange systems matured, their operation became increasingly structured by custom rather than improvisation. Repetition transformed habits into expectations, and expectations into norms. These norms governed who could exchange, under what conditions, and with which goods. Exchange was rarely open-ended. It followed social pathways shaped by age, gender, lineage, and rank. Certain individuals acted as intermediaries because of their position rather than efficiency. This reduced uncertainty by anchoring exchange within known authority. The circulation of goods reinforced these hierarchies by visibly marking roles and responsibilities. Over time, patterns stabilized and became difficult to alter. Innovation occurred slowly, constrained by fear of disrupting balance. Stability mattered more than optimization. Exchange thus became a conservative force, preserving social arrangements across generations. Even when material conditions changed, exchange rules adapted cautiously. This conservatism limited conflict by aligning economic behavior with shared identity. The result was a system that absorbed variation without frequent renegotiation. These characteristics shaped how value was perceived, grounding it in continuity rather than fluctuation. Such grounding delayed abstraction but strengthened cohesion within expanding but still socially bounded communities. In these settings, equivalence was rarely precise. The mechanism of valuation relied on judgment rather than measurement. Goods were compared through context, not units. A tool offered during scarcity differed in value from the same tool offered during abundance. Labor contributions varied by effort, timing, and social standing. This worked because participants shared an understanding of circumstance. Negotiation was implicit, embedded in shared experience. Fixed ratios would have undermined flexibility. The absence of explicit prices allowed accommodation of need without loss of face. Exchange obligations remained open-ended, adjusted over time through future actions. This deferred balancing supported resilience. However, it also required dense social knowledge. As networks widened, this knowledge thinned. Misunderstanding increased, and disputes became harder to resolve. According to economic anthropology, this tension marks a critical threshold. Beyond it, systems seek external reference points. Early measures and tokens addressed this need. They did not eliminate judgment but supplemented it. These supplements marked a subtle shift toward abstraction. Yet they remained embedded in social context, interpreted through custom rather than enforced universally or mechanically across all exchanges uniformly. Historical evidence suggests that many early societies distinguished between everyday exchange and special-purpose exchange. Daily goods circulated informally within households and villages. High-value items moved through ceremonial channels. By around 2000 BCE, such distinctions were visible in Mesopotamian records. Metals, livestock, and land were subject to formal agreements. Food and labor often were not. At the time, written contracts specified obligations tied to status and role. These documents formalized relationships rather than replacing them. Temples and palaces acted as nodes coordinating flows. According to cuneiform tablets, rations were allocated according to rank. Exchange within these institutions reinforced authority. Similar arrangements existed in ancient Egypt, where grain stores underpinned administration. These systems relied on accounting rather than markets. Value was recorded, transferred, and settled administratively. Coinage had not yet standardized transactions. Instead, units of account provided comparability across obligations. This separation between accounting and payment persisted for centuries. It demonstrates that money-like functions emerged unevenly. Exchange practices diversified rather than converged immediately. Different domains developed parallel logics adapted to their social purpose and scale, shaping a layered economic landscape before unified monetary systems appeared later. The reason early exchange remained socially anchored lies in enforcement constraints. Without centralized coercion, compliance depended on consent. Social sanctions were cheaper and more effective than force. Shame, honor, and reciprocity regulated behavior. This worked because identities were stable and visible. People could not easily escape their reputation. Exchange thus reinforced moral education by rewarding conformity. Deviations threatened collective survival. The system privileged predictability over experimentation. According to institutional theory, this creates path dependence. Early choices constrained future options. Once norms stabilized, alternatives appeared risky. Even when superior mechanisms existed, adoption lagged. This inertia explains the longevity of non-monetized exchange. It also explains regional variation. Different environments favored different balances between flexibility and control. Coastal societies with frequent contact developed more standardized practices earlier. Isolated groups retained relational systems longer. These differences persisted even after contact increased. Exchange forms carried cultural meaning beyond function. They signaled belonging. Introducing new forms altered power relations. Resistance followed. Change therefore occurred incrementally, negotiated through existing norms. The gradual layering of abstraction preserved legitimacy. Sudden shifts risked breakdown. This dynamic shaped the slow evolution from social exchange toward institutionalized monetary coordination across early complex societies. According to studies of ancient law codes, early exchange norms were eventually codified. The Code of Hammurabi, dating to around 1754 BCE, specifies prices, wages, and penalties. These rules did not eliminate negotiation but set boundaries. They provided reference points in disputes. At the time, codification reflected administrative expansion. Larger populations required clearer coordination. Written rules substituted for personal knowledge. Yet enforcement still relied on authority recognition. Temples and kings legitimized standards. According to legal historians, these codes formalized existing practice rather than inventing new systems. They captured norms already in use. This preserved continuity while enabling scale. Similar developments occurred in other regions. In ancient China, bronze inscriptions recorded obligations. In the Indus Valley, standardized weights facilitated exchange. These artifacts indicate increasing abstraction. However, barter and reciprocity persisted alongside formal mechanisms. Multiple systems coexisted. People navigated them contextually. Formal rules governed long-distance or high-value exchange. Informal norms governed daily life. This duality reduced friction by matching mechanism to circumstance. It demonstrates adaptive complexity rather than linear progression. Early economic systems were plural, not transitional steps toward a single endpoint, but stable configurations suited to their institutional environment. As abstraction increased, objects began to serve as social memory aids. The mechanism was symbolic condensation. Value recognition was embedded in material form. Beads, shells, and metals carried agreed significance. This worked because communities attributed meaning collectively. Objects did not contain value inherently. They represented past relationships and future claims. Circulation reinforced shared understanding. Over time, repetition naturalized these symbols. They became taken for granted. This process reduced cognitive load. Participants no longer needed full relational histories. Objects signaled trustworthiness. Yet misuse could erode confidence. Counterfeiting and hoarding disrupted balance. Communities responded with rules governing use and access. These controls reasserted social oversight. According to comparative analysis, early money objects were often ritualized. Their use was restricted. This preserved legitimacy. Only gradually did they become generalized media. The transition was uneven and contested. Objects gained autonomy from context slowly. Even then, acceptance depended on authority backing. Social systems framed material symbols. They remained embedded within norms that defined rightful exchange. Thus, the emergence of money objects did not displace social exchange. It externalized portions of it. The underlying logic of obligation persisted, translated into durable, transferable form without fully severing its social roots. Studies show that early exchange systems shaped perceptions of fairness. Fairness was relational rather than arithmetical. Equality meant appropriate contribution, not identical return. This perspective influenced later monetary ethics. Even as prices emerged, moral judgments persisted. Usury restrictions, just price doctrines, and debt forgiveness reflect this legacy. According to historians of economic thought, these ideas trace back to non-monetary exchange norms. Debt was personal before it was financial. Failure to repay threatened social standing. This embedded morality constrained exploitation. When abstraction increased, these constraints weakened. Impersonal exchange allowed distance between action and consequence. Institutions sought to replace moral regulation with legal enforcement. This substitution was incomplete. Tensions persisted. Early exchange thus left a durable imprint. It shaped expectations about obligation and legitimacy. Monetary systems inherited these tensions. They balance calculation with trust. Understanding this lineage clarifies why money remains socially contested. It is not merely technical. It encodes judgments about value and responsibility. Early exchange established the grammar of these judgments. Later systems expanded vocabulary but retained structure. This continuity explains recurring debates over fairness in markets. They echo ancient concerns embedded in the earliest systems of exchange that organized survival, cooperation, and social order long before formal money appeared. The expansion of exchange ultimately pressed against its social limits. Networks grew denser and more impersonal. Memory strained. Conflict increased. These pressures did not dissolve early systems. They reconfigured them. Social exchange provided the template for new institutions. Obligation became contract. Memory became record. Trust became guarantee. These transformations preserved function while altering form. The process was cumulative. Each layer built upon previous ones. Barter and early exchange, therefore, represent not a primitive stage but a foundation. They reveal how economic coordination emerges from social needs. Money later amplified these mechanisms. It did not invent them. The enduring presence of social logic within monetary systems reflects this origin. Even today, trust underpins value. Rules rely on legitimacy. Enforcement depends on shared belief. Early exchange systems established these dependencies. They continue to shape behavior beneath abstraction. As monetary systems grow more complex, these roots remain active. They constrain design and influence outcomes. Understanding this continuity provides clarity. It situates money within society rather than outside it. The story of early exchange thus sets the stage for later developments by revealing the persistent social architecture upon which monetary systems are constructed and maintained across expanding scales of coordination. As early exchange systems reached their practical limits, pressures accumulated that could not be resolved through social memory alone. Population growth increased anonymity, and mobility weakened reputational control. Exchange relationships stretched across time and distance, reducing the effectiveness of informal sanctions. Obligations became harder to track as interactions multiplied. This strain did not immediately dismantle existing systems, but it exposed their fragility. The need was not for efficiency, but for continuity under scale. Communities sought mechanisms that preserved trust without requiring intimacy. This search unfolded unevenly, shaped by local conditions and authority structures. Early solutions often formalized what already existed. Trusted intermediaries gained recognized roles. Records replaced memory where memory failed. These adjustments extended the lifespan of social exchange. They also altered its character by introducing permanence. Obligations fixed in record lost some flexibility, yet they gained durability. This trade-off marked a turning point. Exchange began to detach partially from personal identity. Social systems adapted by externalizing trust into objects, symbols, and institutions. This adaptation did not eliminate relational logic. It redistributed it. The balance between social embeddedness and abstraction shifted, setting the conditions for later monetary forms without fully resolving the tensions inherent in scaling exchange beyond face-to-face communities. The mechanism of record-keeping became central to this transition. When obligations were written, they could persist beyond individual memory. This worked because symbols standardized meaning across participants. Tablets, tallies, and ledgers provided shared reference points. These records reduced ambiguity by fixing quantities and expectations. They also transferred authority from persons to systems. Trust increasingly resided in process rather than relationship. This shift allowed coordination among strangers. It also introduced rigidity. Written obligations were less forgiving than social ones. Flexibility declined as clarity increased. Communities accepted this trade-off to support larger networks. According to institutional analyses, this marks the emergence of impersonal coordination. Exchange could now occur without prior familiarity. However, enforcement still relied on social or political power. Records alone did not compel compliance. They required backing by recognized authority. Temples, councils, and rulers fulfilled this role. The integration of record-keeping with authority created durable systems. These systems preserved exchange continuity across generations. They also created new forms of inequality by privileging those who controlled records. Access to inscription became power. This dynamic reshaped social hierarchies. Exchange thus evolved alongside governance. The social system of money began to take institutional form, embedding obligation within durable administrative structures. Historical evidence shows that these developments were closely tied to surplus management. By around 3000 BCE, agrarian societies faced storage and distribution challenges. Surpluses had to be allocated across seasons and populations. At the time, centralized institutions coordinated these flows. In Mesopotamia, temples recorded contributions and disbursements in kind. Grain and livestock were measured and assigned. Silver functioned as a unit of account, not necessarily as circulating money. These practices allowed complex redistribution without market exchange. Similar systems appeared in Egypt, where scribes tracked grain stores. According to surviving records, labor obligations were settled through rations. Payment was often deferred or symbolic. These arrangements reveal an accounting logic distinct from barter. They demonstrate that economic coordination can precede price systems. Value was stabilized through record rather than exchange equivalence. These institutions reduced uncertainty for participants. They also consolidated authority. Control over accounting systems translated into political power. The separation between unit of account and medium of exchange persisted for centuries. This separation underscores that money's functions emerged independently. Medium, measure, and store did not appear simultaneously. Their gradual integration reflects adaptive responses to administrative demands rather than theoretical design. Early exchange thus transitioned through accounting before monetization, reshaping social coordination incrementally as systems expanded. Standardized objects gained prominence as settlement tools. The reason was practical recognition. Objects that were portable, divisible, and durable simplified obligation transfer. Metals, shells, and textiles served this role in different regions. This worked because communities agreed on their acceptability. Acceptance was social, not intrinsic. These objects condensed trust into material form. They allowed obligations to move without continuous relational context. However, their use remained constrained. Access was often restricted by status or institution. Early money objects circulated within defined boundaries. They were not universal media. Their legitimacy depended on authority endorsement. According to archaeological findings, many such objects originated in ritual contexts. Their symbolic value preceded economic use. Over time, repeated circulation normalized them. This normalization reduced dependence on personal trust. It also introduced new risks. Accumulation enabled power concentration. Hoarding disrupted redistribution norms. Communities responded with rules governing use. These rules attempted to preserve balance. The gradual expansion of object-based exchange reflects negotiated change. Social systems absorbed material symbols cautiously. They extended exchange capacity while maintaining moral oversight. This balance shaped the character of early monetary systems. Objects facilitated scale, but social norms continued to define rightful use, preventing complete abstraction at this stage. According to comparative anthropology, debt emerged as a defining feature of this period. Debt formalized obligation across time. It transformed reciprocity into quantified promise. At the time, debt remained personal. Creditors and debtors were socially connected. Default carried moral consequences. These consequences reinforced compliance. Written records intensified this dynamic. Debt became visible and transferable. This visibility increased pressure on debtors. It also enabled institutional accumulation. Temples and palaces extended credit systematically. According to records, debt forgiveness occurred periodically. These jubilees prevented social breakdown. They acknowledged the limits of enforceable obligation. This practice reveals an awareness of systemic risk. Early societies recognized that excessive debt threatened cohesion. Institutional resets preserved stability. This logic contrasts with later monetized systems. It underscores the persistence of social priorities. Debt was managed as a social relation, not purely financial. Even as abstraction increased, moral considerations remained embedded. The coexistence of enforcement and forgiveness reflects adaptive governance. Early exchange systems thus produced financial concepts tempered by social necessity. These concepts shaped later monetary ethics. They demonstrate that money's evolution involved continuous negotiation between calculation and cohesion rather than linear progression toward impersonal markets. Studies show that early exchange established enduring expectations about legitimacy. Authority over exchange had to be justified. Whether through tradition, ritual, or law, legitimacy anchored compliance. According to historians, monetary acceptance depends on collective belief. This belief originates in shared experience. Early systems cultivated it through repetition and sanction. As abstraction increased, belief shifted toward institutions. Trust migrated from people to systems. Yet systems required social endorsement. Coins later bore symbols of authority for this reason. They signaled backing. This continuity traces directly to early exchange norms. Money inherits the need for legitimacy. It cannot function without it. The social system precedes the instrument. Understanding this sequence reframes monetary history. It emphasizes foundation over invention. Early exchange provided the template. Later forms elaborated it. The persistence of trust requirements explains recurring crises. When legitimacy falters, monetary systems destabilize. This pattern repeats across history. Early exchange teaches that value is relational. Abstraction does not erase this. It obscures it. Beneath formal mechanisms, social acceptance remains decisive. This insight connects early exchange to modern finance. It reveals continuity beneath complexity. Money's social nature persists despite technological change, anchoring systems in shared belief rather than intrinsic worth. The conclusion of early exchange is not disappearance but transformation. Barter and reciprocity did not vanish with money's emergence. They retreated into specific domains. Informal exchange persists within households and communities. Formal systems govern broader coordination. This layering reflects functional differentiation. Each mechanism serves conditions it suits. Early exchange remains active where trust is dense. Monetary systems dominate where anonymity prevails. This coexistence demonstrates adaptability. Social systems adjust without full replacement. The endurance of early forms highlights their effectiveness. They solve problems money cannot. Emotional bonds, care, and solidarity resist pricing. These domains retain relational exchange. The boundary between monetary and social exchange remains contested. Debates over commodification echo ancient concerns. Early exchange established moral limits. These limits continue to shape policy and practice. Understanding this lineage situates money within society's broader architecture. It clarifies why monetary expansion provokes resistance. It also explains resilience. Systems that ignore social foundations falter. Early exchange thus informs contemporary design. It reminds that economic coordination rests on trust, legitimacy, and shared norms. These elements were present at the beginning. They remain necessary. As monetary systems evolve further, their success continues to depend on the social architecture forged in humanity's earliest experiments with exchange and obligation across time. Money did not emerge as a single invention, but as a gradual layering of practices that stabilized exchange across expanding social systems. Early economies relied on reciprocity, obligation, and redistribution rather than abstract payment. Goods moved through kinship networks, ritual exchanges, and authority-based allocations. Value existed, but it was contextual and embedded in social relationships. As communities grew larger and more specialized, these embedded systems faced strain. Exchange increasingly occurred between strangers rather than relatives. Memory and trust, once sufficient, became unreliable at scale. The need arose for mechanisms that could carry value independently of personal relationships. This pressure did not immediately produce coins or currency. Instead, it generated intermediary forms that encoded value through social agreement. Money began as a solution to coordination problems rather than a response to convenience. Its earliest forms reflected the structure of the societies that produced them. Exchange tools mirrored hierarchies, belief systems, and patterns of authority. The emergence of money forms was therefore inseparable from the emergence of complex social organization itself. The mechanism underlying early money forms was not calculation but social anchoring. Objects used as money worked because communities agreed they represented obligations that could be transferred. This agreement was reinforced through repetition and institutional backing. Shells, cattle, grain, and metal objects gained monetary function when their acceptance became predictable. Predictability mattered more than intrinsic usefulness. The reason these items succeeded was their ability to circulate without dispute. This worked because their value was stabilized by custom, law, or authority rather than market negotiation alone. Early money reduced the cognitive burden of exchange by simplifying equivalence. It allowed individuals to settle obligations without renegotiating terms each time. This abstraction enabled transactions across time and space. However, abstraction remained partial and fragile. Monetary objects were still embedded in specific social meanings. Their circulation depended on enforcement mechanisms, both formal and informal. Money functioned as a social memory system, recording who owed what to whom. This memory could be externalized into objects only when collective trust existed. Historical evidence shows that early money forms often emerged within administrative or ceremonial contexts. By around 3000 BCE, Mesopotamian city-states recorded debts and payments using standardized units of account. Silver weight units functioned as money long before coins existed. At the time, silver rarely changed hands physically. Transactions were settled through ledger entries maintained by temples and palaces. These institutions acted as guarantors of value. Similarly, in ancient Egypt, grain measures served as monetary references within state-run distribution systems. Payment occurred through rations and allocations rather than open markets. These systems prioritized accounting over circulation. Money existed primarily as a unit of measure rather than as a medium of exchange. This pattern repeated across early civilizations. Administrative complexity preceded widespread monetization. The emergence of money forms followed the needs of governance, taxation, and labor coordination. Exchange between private individuals adapted later, using tools originally designed for institutional control. The introduction of physical money objects marked a shift in how value moved through society. Coins, when they appeared in Lydia around the 7th century BCE, condensed authority, measurement, and portability into a single object. The mechanism was state stamping. By imprinting symbols, rulers certified weight and purity. This reduced verification costs and accelerated exchange. Coins worked because they carried institutional trust embedded in metal. This trust allowed value to circulate beyond administrative centers. Markets expanded as exchange became easier among strangers. The reason coins spread rapidly was their compatibility with military, trade, and taxation systems. Soldiers could be paid in standardized units. Taxes could be collected efficiently. This worked because coins linked state power directly to economic activity. However, early coin use remained limited geographically and socially. Barter and credit continued alongside monetary exchange. Coins supplemented rather than replaced existing systems. Monetary plurality persisted as societies experimented with different forms of value representation. According to archaeological records, monetization advanced unevenly across regions. In China, bronze objects shaped like tools functioned as early currency during the Zhou dynasty. By the 3rd century BCE, standardized round coins with square holes became common. These designs reflected cosmological beliefs as well as practical needs. In India, punch-marked silver coins circulated alongside barter systems. At the time, political fragmentation limited uniform adoption. Studies show that coin usage correlated strongly with state consolidation. Where centralized authority was weak, monetary circulation remained localized. In contrast, the Roman Empire expanded coin use through imperial administration. Coinage became a tool of integration across vast territories. Yet even in Rome, most transactions relied on credit rather than cash. Money forms adapted to local practices rather than imposing uniform behavior. This diversity illustrates that money evolved as a flexible social technology. Its form reflected institutional capacity, cultural norms, and economic purpose. The persistence of non-coin money highlights the social nature of value representation. Tally sticks in medieval England recorded obligations through physical notches. Cowrie shells circulated widely across Africa and Asia due to their durability and recognizability. The mechanism behind their success was network acceptance rather than intrinsic worth. These systems worked because participants trusted the continuity of social agreement. Money forms succeeded when they aligned with existing power structures. They failed when imposed without legitimacy. This explains why attempts at forced monetization often collapsed. Value representation required more than technical design. It depended on shared belief sustained through institutions. Money operated as a coordination device embedded within social order. Its stability reflected the stability of the systems enforcing it. As societies diversified economically, multiple money forms coexisted. This plurality allowed adaptation to different transaction types. The emergence of money forms was therefore evolutionary rather than linear. Each form solved specific coordination problems under specific conditions. Over time, abstraction increased as money detached further from physical goods. Units of account became more important than objects themselves. Credit systems expanded, allowing obligations to circulate without immediate settlement. According to historical studies, medieval trade fairs relied heavily on bills of exchange. These instruments transferred value through written promises rather than metal. This reduced risk and transport costs. The reason this worked was institutional enforcement through merchant courts and reputation systems. Trust shifted from objects to records. Money became increasingly informational. This transition did not eliminate earlier forms but layered over them. Physical money remained important for small transactions. Large-scale trade moved toward accounting-based systems. This dual structure persisted for centuries. The emergence of money forms thus followed a pattern of cumulative complexity. Each layer extended the reach of exchange while preserving underlying social dependencies. Money remained a social system even as it appeared more abstract. As monetary forms multiplied, their social consequences deepened. Value could now move independently of physical goods, altering perceptions of wealth and obligation. Exchange became more continuous and less situational. This increased economic integration while introducing new forms of inequality. Money forms encoded access as well as exclusion. Control over issuance and acceptance translated into power. The mechanism was subtle but persistent. Those who governed money forms shaped economic outcomes. This worked because monetary systems structured possibilities rather than dictating actions. The emergence of money forms therefore transformed social organization itself. It altered how trust was distributed and enforced. As societies entered this phase, exchange systems gained durability but lost transparency. Value became portable, abstract, and increasingly detached from production. This transformation did not conclude the evolution of money. It established the foundation for more complex monetary architectures that would continue to reshape social relations as systems expanded and interlinked across regions. Monetary forms became tools for managing scale rather than merely facilitating exchange. As trade networks stretched farther, consistency mattered more than local meaning. This pushed societies toward standardization, even when it conflicted with custom. The social system underlying money adjusted by shifting authority upward, from community norms to institutional rules. Trust migrated from familiarity to procedure. This migration allowed coordination among strangers but weakened older reciprocal ties. Monetary forms thus carried a dual effect, enabling cooperation while narrowing the channels through which value was recognized. By the time money was widely accepted as a neutral medium, its social origins were largely obscured. What remained visible were the instruments, not the agreements beneath them. Yet those agreements continued to do the real work. Money functioned because societies treated it as binding. Its forms changed, but its role as a social contract persisted, quietly structuring exchange long after its emergence ceased to be noticed. As money forms stabilized, their role shifted from facilitating exchange to structuring economic behavior. Once units of value became widely accepted, they began to influence how people organized production, labor, and obligation. Prices allowed comparison across unlike goods. Wages translated time into standardized value. Taxes converted political authority into regularized extraction. These developments altered incentives gradually rather than abruptly. People adjusted their actions to monetary signals embedded in daily life. The mechanism was indirect. Money did not command behavior, but it framed choices. This worked because monetary forms simplified complex decisions into comparable units. Over time, these simplifications reshaped priorities. Activities that could be monetized gained prominence. Those that resisted pricing receded in visibility. Social contributions became legible primarily through monetary terms. This legibility mattered for institutions managing large populations. Accounting systems expanded alongside money forms. Records replaced memory as the basis of coordination. Economic life became more continuous and less episodic. The spread of money forms thus reorganized time, making effort and output measurable across extended horizons. The reason monetization had such broad effects lies in its ability to abstract obligation from context. Pre-monetary systems tied value to specific relationships and circumstances. Monetary systems detached obligation from identity. A debt could be transferred, divided, or delayed without renegotiation. This worked because money encoded obligation in a universally recognized form. The mechanism allowed obligations to circulate independently of social proximity. As a result, economic relationships multiplied. Individuals could participate in networks far beyond their immediate community. This expansion increased specialization. People focused on narrower tasks, trusting money to connect their output to distant needs. However, abstraction also reduced visibility into underlying relationships. Exchange appeared impersonal even when deeply structured by institutions. This impersonal quality increased efficiency but reduced accountability. Monetary systems privileged outcomes over processes. The reasons behind production mattered less than the price achieved. Over time, this logic normalized market-based evaluation. Value became something demonstrated through exchange rather than embedded in social role. Money forms thus shaped norms as much as transactions. Historical transitions show that monetization rarely replaced earlier systems entirely. Instead, it layered over them, producing hybrid arrangements. In medieval Europe, feudal obligations coexisted with monetary rents. Peasants paid taxes partly in labor, partly in coin. By the 13th century, expanding trade increased cash requirements. Lords increasingly demanded monetary payments to fund military and administrative needs. At the time, money circulation remained uneven. Rural areas relied heavily on credit and barter. Urban centers concentrated coin usage. This unevenness reflected institutional reach rather than technological limits. According to records from Italian city-states, merchant banking expanded faster than coin minting. Written instruments substituted for physical money. These arrangements depended on courts, guilds, and reputational enforcement. Monetization advanced where institutions could sustain trust. Where they could not, older systems persisted. This pattern repeated globally. Monetary forms spread through administrative and commercial centers before diffusing outward. The emergence of money therefore followed institutional density rather than simple economic demand. As states expanded their fiscal capacity, money forms became tools of governance. Taxation required standardized units. Salaries required predictable payments. Public debt required transferable claims. The mechanism linking money to state power was enforcement. Governments enforced acceptance of their monetary units through law and obligation. This worked because taxes had to be paid in official currency. Demand for money was thus created structurally rather than voluntarily. Over time, this demand stabilized monetary circulation. People accepted money not only because others did, but because institutions required it. This requirement reinforced state authority. Control over minting, issuance, and accounting became central political functions. According to historical analyses, monetary reforms often accompanied state consolidation. New dynasties issued new coinage to signal legitimacy. Standardization served symbolic as well as practical purposes. Money forms communicated sovereignty. They linked everyday exchange to political order. This connection persisted even as monetary systems grew more complex. State-backed money became the dominant reference point for value. Citation evidence shows that monetization altered social hierarchies by redefining access to resources. Studies of early modern Europe indicate that cash taxes disproportionately affected rural populations. Households with limited market access struggled to obtain currency. This forced participation in markets under unfavorable terms. According to economic historians, monetization accelerated land consolidation. Small producers sold assets to meet monetary obligations. Similar patterns appeared in colonial economies. Imposed monetary systems disrupted local exchange networks. Taxes payable only in colonial currency compelled labor participation. This mechanism transferred resources upward through monetary channels. The reason it was effective was its indirectness. Monetary obligation appeared neutral while restructuring power relations. Money forms thus operated as instruments of extraction as well as coordination. Their social impact depended on who controlled issuance and enforcement. Where authority was distant or unaccountable, monetization intensified inequality. Where institutions balanced obligations with protections, effects were moderated. These outcomes demonstrate that money forms cannot be separated from governance structures. Their emergence reshaped societies unevenly. Despite these disruptions, monetization also enabled new forms of cooperation. Shared units of value facilitated long-distance trade. Merchants coordinated production across regions without direct oversight. The mechanism was price signaling. Prices transmitted information about scarcity and demand. This worked because monetary comparison reduced informational friction. According to historical trade records, standardized pricing increased market integration. Regions specialized according to comparative advantage. Output expanded as coordination improved. However, this coordination remained fragile. Price signals depended on stable money forms. Inflation, debasement, or shortage disrupted exchange. Monetary stability became a public concern. Institutions emerged to manage credibility. Mints, treasuries, and later central banks assumed responsibility for maintaining value. These institutions reflected accumulated experience with monetary failure. Money forms evolved through crisis as much as design. Each breakdown revealed dependencies previously invisible. Over time, resilience improved, but vulnerability remained. Monetary systems gained durability through institutional learning rather than technical perfection. The coexistence of multiple money forms persisted even as standardization advanced. Local currencies, foreign coins, credit instruments, and commodity money circulated simultaneously. This plurality allowed flexibility. Different forms served different functions. Small transactions favored tangible money. Large transactions favored accounting entries. This division reduced strain on any single system. The mechanism was functional differentiation. Monetary forms specialized according to use case. This worked because acceptance rules varied by context. Market participants navigated these distinctions routinely. Over time, dominant forms absorbed functions of others. Credit expanded, reducing reliance on metal. Accounting systems internalized exchange within institutions. Yet physical money retained symbolic and practical importance. Its visibility reinforced trust in abstract systems. This layering produced complex monetary ecologies. Emergence did not lead to convergence immediately. Instead, systems accumulated complexity gradually. Money forms multiplied before consolidating. This process reflected social adaptation rather than linear progress. Each form carried traces of the conditions that produced it as societies entered more integrated phases of exchange. Money forms became less visible as social constructs. Their operation faded into routine. Yet their effects deepened. Monetary abstraction shaped expectations about fairness, effort, and entitlement. People evaluated outcomes through monetary metrics even outside markets. This normalization marked a shift in social perception. Value appeared objective rather than negotiated. The mechanism was repetition. Constant use naturalized monetary categories. This worked because alternatives became harder to imagine. By this stage, money no longer seemed emergent. It appeared foundational. However, its social nature remained intact beneath the surface. Monetary systems continued to rely on trust, enforcement, and belief. Their forms stabilized behavior while concealing dependence on institutions. This concealment enabled scale but increased fragility. As systems expanded further, tensions accumulated quietly, setting conditions for new transformations in how money would be produced, managed, and understood across increasingly complex social systems. These tensions surfaced where monetary promises outpaced institutional capacity. Confidence depended on continuity, yet expansion introduced uncertainty. The larger the network, the more abstract the trust required to sustain it. Monetary forms carried expectations about stability that institutions struggled to meet consistently. When credibility weakened, the social contract embedded in money became visible again. Periods of disruption revealed that value had never resided in objects alone. It had always depended on collective agreement, enforcement, and shared belief. Money continued to function as long as those foundations held. Its emergence, therefore, was not a completed event but an ongoing process, unfolding as societies tested how far abstraction could extend without dissolving the social structures that gave it meaning. As monetary systems matured, their forms increasingly reflected attempts to manage instability rather than merely enable exchange. Earlier money forms had emerged organically from practice and authority. Later forms were shaped deliberately to address recurring failures. Shortages, debasement, hoarding, and loss of confidence exposed limits in existing arrangements. Each disruption prompted institutional response. New rules, instruments, and layers of abstraction were introduced to stabilize circulation. The mechanism was corrective adaptation. Money forms evolved to absorb shocks that social systems could no longer manage informally. This worked because institutions learned from breakdowns. Stability became an explicit objective rather than an assumed condition. As a result, monetary design grew more complex. Multiple forms operated simultaneously to balance flexibility and control. Physical money, accounting units, and credit instruments interacted continuously. Their coordination required oversight. Monetary systems became sites of governance rather than passive tools. This shift marked a change in how societies understood money. It was no longer simply something used. It was something managed. The emergence of money forms thus entered a reflexive phase. Systems responded to their own consequences. The mechanism underlying this reflexive phase was institutional buffering. Rather than preventing disruption entirely, monetary systems developed ways to contain it. Credit limits, reserves, and delayed settlement reduced immediate pressure. This worked because obligations could be smoothed over time. The reason buffering mattered was scale. As exchange networks expanded, localized shocks could propagate widely. Money forms that lacked flexibility amplified instability. Those that incorporated delay and adjustment absorbed it. Historical systems reveal repeated experimentation with such mechanisms. Trust shifted further from tangible assets to institutional promises. This increased efficiency but raised stakes. Failure now threatened systemic collapse rather than local inconvenience. Monetary forms encoded expectations about future behavior. They assumed continuity in enforcement and governance. When those assumptions failed, consequences were severe. Yet societies continued to pursue abstraction. The gains from coordination outweighed the risks. Money forms thus embodied a trade-off between resilience and reach. Their evolution reflected attempts to optimize this balance. Historical episodes illustrate how money forms responded to systemic pressure. During the late medieval period, European banking houses expanded credit far beyond available coin. Bills of exchange circulated widely, settling trade without metal. By the 15th century, clearing systems emerged to net obligations. At the time, this reduced transport risk and increased liquidity. However, failures cascaded when trust broke down. Bank collapses revealed interdependence. In response, states intervened selectively. Public banks were established in cities such as Venice and Amsterdam. These institutions provided stable units of account backed by deposits. According to contemporary records, their credibility rested on transparency and restraint. They limited lending to preserve confidence. This marked a shift toward monetary conservatism. Money forms became explicitly tied to institutional discipline. Similar patterns appeared elsewhere. Monetary stability was recognized as a public good. Its provision required coordination beyond private actors. The emergence of new money forms thus aligned increasingly with state and civic authority. Citation-based studies show that these developments reshaped economic expectations. Research on early modern markets indicates that reliable money forms reduced transaction uncertainty. According to economic historians, stable units of account facilitated long-term contracting. Investment horizons lengthened. Capital accumulation accelerated. This worked because future obligations became more predictable. However, predictability depended on institutional credibility. Where governance was inconsistent, monetary instruments lost value rapidly. Studies of currency debasement demonstrate that trust eroded faster than metal content declined. Perception mattered more than material change. This reinforces the social nature of money forms. Their effectiveness depended on belief maintained through consistent practice. Monetary design alone was insufficient. Institutions had to signal restraint and continuity. Where they failed, alternative forms emerged. Foreign currencies, commodities, or informal credit replaced official money. This plurality functioned as a hedge against institutional weakness. The emergence of money forms therefore remained contingent. No form achieved permanent dominance. As abstraction deepened, money forms increasingly separated unit of account from medium of exchange. Prices were denominated in stable references even when payments occurred in variable instruments. This separation allowed flexibility under constraint. The mechanism was substitution. If one form failed, others could fulfill specific functions. This worked because participants distinguished between measuring value and settling obligations. Over time, accounting-based money gained prominence. Physical circulation became secondary for large transactions. This reduced reliance on scarce commodities. It also concentrated power within institutions managing accounts. Control over ledgers meant control over access. Monetary authority shifted toward record-keeping entities. This shift altered social dynamics. Inclusion depended on recognition within systems. Exclusion became administrative rather than physical. Money forms thus shaped boundaries of participation. Their emergence redefined who could transact and under what conditions. The social system of money became increasingly procedural. Rules mattered more than objects. The normalization of procedural money transformed everyday economic experience. Payments became routine entries rather than visible exchanges. This invisibility increased speed and scale. It also reduced awareness of dependency. People interacted with monetary systems without direct engagement with their foundations. The mechanism was habituation. Repeated use normalized abstraction. This worked because systems performed reliably most of the time. Failures appeared exceptional rather than structural. As a result, money forms seemed neutral and inevitable. Their social origins faded from view. Yet this invisibility increased fragility. When disruptions occurred, their impact felt sudden and opaque. Users lacked understanding of underlying mechanisms. Trust was tested under stress. Monetary systems responded by adding further layers. Insurance, guarantees, and regulatory oversight expanded. Each layer addressed symptoms while increasing complexity. The emergence of money forms thus followed a pattern of recursive stabilization. Solutions generated new dependencies. According to sociological analyses, this recursive process altered how societies conceptualized value. Value appeared increasingly quantitative. Qualitative distinctions lost formal recognition. Activities not easily monetized struggled for institutional support. This bias shaped development paths. Education, care, and environmental resources were undervalued relative to monetized outputs. Money forms did not cause this shift alone. They amplified existing priorities. By privileging what could be measured, they structured attention. This worked because institutions relied on monetary metrics for decision-making. Over time, these metrics guided policy and investment. The emergence of money forms thus influenced collective priorities. It shaped what societies chose to sustain. This influence operated quietly. It did not require coercion. Monetary systems framed choices rather than dictating them. Their power lay in normalization. Value categories became taken for granted. Social consequences followed indirectly but persistently. As money forms approached modern configurations, their social role became increasingly paradoxical. They enabled unprecedented coordination while obscuring dependence on trust. They appeared objective while remaining contingent. Their emergence produced stability at one scale and vulnerability at another. This paradox defined the mature phase of monetary evolution. Systems were robust against routine variation but sensitive to systemic shock. The mechanism was concentration. Control and risk accumulated within central institutions. This worked until it did not. When failures occurred, they propagated widely. Yet societies continued to rely on these systems. Alternatives lacked comparable reach. Money forms had become infrastructural. They were embedded in governance, production, and daily life. Their emergence concluded not with resolution but with entrenchment. The social system of money stabilized around abstraction, institutional authority, and layered trust. From this foundation, further transformations would arise as societies confronted the limits of scale, coordination, and belief within the monetary architectures they had built. These limits did not announce themselves clearly. They accumulated through routine operation, hidden within normal functioning. Monetary systems continued to perform, even as stresses grew beneath the surface. Adaptation postponed reckoning rather than eliminating it. The social contract embedded in money remained intact, but increasingly mediated by complex institutions few fully understood. This condition set the stage for further evolution, not through deliberate design alone, but through response to pressures generated by money's own success as a coordinating system. Earlier systems of exchange relied on reciprocity, credit, and memory, producing obligations that traveled through relationships rather than objects, shaping how value circulated across communities. As populations expanded and interactions grew less personal, these arrangements strained under distance, anonymity, and scale, creating pressure for durable and transferable representations of value. The transition toward metals did not erase earlier practices but layered new mechanisms atop them, allowing trust to be stored materially rather than socially alone. This shift marked a change in architecture, where value became associated with physical properties that could be verified without shared history between exchanging parties directly. Metals offered scarcity, divisibility, and durability, qualities that persisted across time and space, supporting exchange among strangers and across political boundaries with reduced social friction. Their adoption unfolded unevenly, shaped by access to resources, technological capacity, and cultural acceptance within different societies over centuries of experimentation and regional variation patterns. According to archaeological evidence, metal objects first circulated as prestige goods, signaling status before functioning consistently as everyday money within localized exchange networks over time. By the late 3rd millennium BCE, metals increasingly bridged older social systems and emerging impersonal markets, establishing continuity rather than abrupt replacement in many regions. The mechanism that made metals effective rested on their physical constraints, which limited supply and required labor, aligning value with effort across production processes broadly. This works because scarcity resists arbitrary expansion, preventing sudden dilution that would undermine confidence in exchange relationships across regions and between unfamiliar trading partners consistently. Weight and purity became measurable signals, enabling verification through inspection rather than personal knowledge or ongoing obligation supported by shared techniques and communal standards widely. As repeated exchanges accumulated, conventions hardened, and certain metals gained preferential status based on performance within trade networks spanning cities, regions, and political authorities alike. Analytically, metals reduced transaction costs by compressing information about trust, labor, and scarcity into standardized, portable forms that traveled independently of specific social ties previously. This compression allowed markets to scale without requiring proportional growth in social familiarity among participants, which would have constrained expansion under earlier exchange regimes severely. However, metals did not eliminate trust, instead relocating it from persons to processes governing measurement and enforcement maintained by authorities, customs, and shared expectations collectively. The system depended on credibility of those processes, revealing that material money remained embedded within social structures despite appearances of neutrality and objectivity in practice. Coinage emerged when political authorities stamped metal, asserting guarantees over weight and purity through recognizable symbols that linked value to institutional power structures explicitly often. By the 7th century BCE, Lydian electrum coins circulated widely, standardizing payments across regions of Anatolia and influencing neighboring polities through imitation and trade networks. At the time, stamping reduced verification costs, shifting responsibility for quality from merchants to issuing authorities whose reputations anchored trust in circulation systems regionally sustained. Greek city-states adopted silver coinage, aligning monetary systems with taxation, military pay, and civic administration to support increasingly complex political and economic coordination needs. According to historical records, Rome expanded coin production alongside territorial growth, integrating conquered economies into imperial circulation through standardized denominations and centralized minting practices effectively. Debasement episodes revealed limits, as reducing precious content strained trust and triggered inflationary pressures when political needs overwhelmed monetary discipline and social acceptance broadly shared. Such episodes demonstrate that coinage functioned as a political technology as much as an economic one embedded within governance, legitimacy, and collective belief system structures. Trust followed authority, and authority depended on restraint, reinforcing the social foundations beneath metallic money that persisted even as forms and scales evolved historically repeatedly. The reason coinage stabilized exchange was not metal alone, but the institutional commitments surrounding issuance and acceptance enforced through law, custom, and shared enforcement mechanisms. Studies show that markets using trusted coinage exhibited higher trade volumes and broader participation than systems relying solely on barter or personal credit networks arrangements. According to economic historians, coins acted as coordination devices, synchronizing expectations about value across participants without requiring direct negotiation in each individual transaction repeatedly undertaken. The mechanism depended on shared belief in future acceptability, not intrinsic usefulness of metal itself beyond its role as a socially recognized standard of value. When belief weakened, circulation slowed, hoarding increased, and alternative arrangements re-emerged alongside official money, demonstrating ongoing dependence on confidence rather than material composition alone exclusively. This pattern appears repeatedly across eras, from ancient empires to early modern states, as monetary systems expanded faster than governing capacities could adapt sustainably over. Metal money thus functioned as a social contract, compacting trust into durable forms maintained collectively through norms, enforcement, and shared expectations of reciprocity across communities. Its stability reflected alignment between material design and institutional behavior rather than physical substance alone, within specific historical contexts and power relationships that evolved gradually. Over time, coinage normalized abstraction, teaching societies to treat symbols and units as carriers of value separate from immediate use or personal obligation within exchange. This habituation prepared ground for later monetary forms that further distanced value from physical substance while preserving reliance on trust, authority, and coordination mechanisms established. As coins circulated widely, people encountered money daily, embedding monetary logic into routine economic life across markets, wages, taxes, and state obligations that structured societies. The architecture that emerged balanced material constraint with institutional promise, enabling continuity across generations even as political regimes shifted and trade networks expanded unevenly globally. Metals and coinage therefore illustrate money's core function as a social system stabilized through design, rather than a neutral tool emerging automatically from exchange practices. They reveal how trust can be engineered, maintained, and sometimes strained by collective choices operating through institutions that mediate value and obligation across timescales. As systems grew more complex, These principles faced pressures that metals alone could not resolve, foreshadowing further transformations in monetary organization and governance structures ahead. The social logic established through coinage continued to shape monetary evolution as economies expanded across regions, institutions, and technologies, carrying forward assumptions about trust, authority, and legitimacy into new monetary forms. These assumptions did not disappear when metals ceased to dominate, but instead became embedded expectations about how value should behave under stress. The habit of accepting standardized units conditioned societies to rely on issuing authorities even when material backing weakened. This continuity explains why later transitions appeared gradual rather than revolutionary to everyday participants. What changed was the substrate, not the underlying social logic coordinating exchange. The architecture built around coinage thus extended beyond metals themselves, persisting as an inherited framework for managing belief, obligation, and stability at scale. Sector 2. As coinage spread, it reshaped everyday economic behavior by standardizing how people measured, stored, and transferred value across time. Prices became comparable across markets, enabling calculation rather than negotiation to dominate routine exchange. Wages could be fixed, debts denominated, and taxes assessed with greater precision than earlier systems allowed. This regularity encouraged planning, savings, and contractual thinking, embedding money into future-oriented decision-making. The presence of coins altered social rhythms, synchronizing labor, payment cycles, and obligations across wider populations. Markets expanded not merely in size but in predictability, reducing uncertainty for participants repeatedly interacting without personal familiarity. According to anthropological studies, this predictability reduced reliance on kinship and reciprocity, shifting social coordination toward impersonal rules. Yet these rules remained social artifacts, enforced through shared acceptance and institutional backing rather than physical necessity. Coinage thus disciplined behavior, teaching societies to internalize abstract equivalence as a practical norm. Value became countable, transferable, and increasingly detached from immediate social context, while remaining grounded in collective trust systems. The mechanism behind this transformation lay in standardization, which compressed diverse goods and services into a single measurable scale. This works because a common unit reduces cognitive and transactional complexity, allowing actors to compare unlike things efficiently. Once adopted widely, units of account structured perception, shaping how people understood worth and loss across situations. Analytical evidence shows that economies with stable coinage experienced deeper market integration than those relying on heterogeneous measures. However, standardization also centralized power, since defining units conferred influence over distribution and obligation. Authorities who controlled mints influenced prices indirectly through supply decisions and enforcement practices. This control required restraint, as excessive issuance undermined confidence and destabilized exchange. The system therefore balanced efficiency against vulnerability, depending on credible governance to sustain trust. Coinage revealed that monetary stability was not automatic but produced through disciplined coordination among institutions, producers, and users collectively. Trust emerged as an outcome of consistent behavior rather than mere material backing alone. Historically, different regions navigated this balance with varying success and consequences over extended periods. By the 5th century BCE, Athenian silver coins dominated Mediterranean trade, benefiting from consistent weight and wide acceptance. At the time, this dominance supported naval power and political influence, linking monetary reliability to imperial capacity. In China, bronze coinage evolved alongside centralized bureaucracy, emphasizing uniformity across vast territories. According to historical records, the Qin and Han dynasties enforced standardized coin forms to integrate markets and taxation. Medieval Islamic states adopted gold dinars and silver dirhams, facilitating long-distance trade across continents through trusted standards. Episodes of fragmentation followed political decline, when multiple authorities issued competing coins with uneven acceptance. These moments illustrate how monetary coherence tracked institutional coherence rather than metal availability alone. Coinage reflected political order, expanding and contracting with administrative capacity and legitimacy. The historical record shows repeated cycles where trust strengthened systems, and its erosion fractured them again. According to economic historians, coinage functioned as both medium and message, signaling stability, sovereignty, and continuity through everyday use. Studies show that populations tolerated moderate debasement when authorities maintained credibility through law and service provision. Conversely, abrupt changes triggered hoarding, flight to alternative monies, or social unrest. The reason is that money coordinates expectations, and sudden shifts disrupt shared understanding of value. This coordination depends on predictability, not perfection, allowing systems to absorb stress gradually. Analytical models demonstrate that acceptance today relies on belief in acceptance tomorrow, forming self-reinforcing dynamics. When belief falters, circulation slows regardless of intrinsic content. Coinage therefore operated as a trust technology, amplifying institutional signals through constant repetition in daily transactions. Its effectiveness depended on alignment between promises and practices over time. This alignment transformed metal disks into social instruments, stabilizing cooperation among strangers across expanding networks of exchange. As coinage matured, its limitations became more visible within increasingly complex economies. Physical handling imposed costs, transport constrained scale, and metal supply tied money to mining outputs unevenly distributed. These frictions did not negate coinage's achievements but exposed tensions between growing economic abstraction and material constraint. Societies responded by layering new practices onto existing systems, including credit instruments and accounting innovations. Coins remained central anchors, but not exclusive carriers of value within evolving monetary architectures. The trust cultivated through metallic systems enabled experimentation beyond metal itself. People learned to rely on symbols, records, and institutions that extended the logic of coinage without always requiring physical exchange. This continuity mattered more than form, preserving confidence through familiarity with rules and authority. As pressures mounted, the social system of money prepared to shift again. The groundwork laid by metals and coinage would support further abstraction as economies expanded beyond the limits of physical money. Sector 3. As metallic systems aged, their social role increasingly outweighed their material characteristics in everyday economic life. Coins circulated less as pieces of metal and more as recognized tokens embedded in routines of payment, taxation, and accounting. Repetition trained users to trust markings, denominations, and issuing authority rather than weighing or testing each piece individually. This habituation reduced friction and accelerated exchange, reinforcing acceptance through daily practice rather than conscious evaluation. Over time, the metal content receded into the background, while symbolic and institutional cues moved to the foreground. According to historical accounts, many users rarely encountered raw bullion, interacting only with finished coinage within regulated systems. The persistence of circulation depended on confidence that others would continue accepting the same units tomorrow. This expectation transformed money into a forward-looking coordination device. What mattered most became continuity, not composition. The social system stabilized through shared routines that masked underlying vulnerabilities until stressed by disruption. The mechanism sustaining this stability relied on layered trust operating at multiple levels simultaneously. This works because individuals trusted not only the coin itself, but the network of users, authorities, and rules supporting its acceptance. Enforcement through law reduced the need for constant verification, while custom normalized compliance. Analytical observation shows that once embedded, monetary habits resist change even when conditions deteriorate. People prefer familiar units during uncertainty, clinging to known standards as anchors of predictability. This inertia benefits authorities during normal periods but magnifies consequences when trust breaks suddenly. The system thus exhibited path dependence, shaped by earlier design choices that constrained later options. Monetary stability emerged from alignment across institutions, behavior, and expectations rather than equilibrium in material supply alone. When alignment weakened, adjustment became uneven and socially costly. The architecture of trust revealed itself as both resilient and fragile. It endured gradual strain but reacted sharply to abrupt breaches. Historically, periods of crisis exposed these dynamics with clarity and repetition. By the 3rd century CE, Roman debasement accelerated under fiscal pressure, reducing silver content while maintaining nominal value. At the time, authorities relied on legal tender laws to compel acceptance, compensating for declining intrinsic worth. According to contemporary records, prices rose, confidence eroded, and barter resurged at local levels. Similar patterns appeared in medieval Europe during coin shortages, when clipping and recoinage disrupted trust temporarily. In China, inflationary episodes accompanied excessive copper coin issuance during periods of political fragmentation. Each case illustrates that material manipulation alone could not sustain value without credible governance. Trust followed perceived stability of authority rather than metal purity. When governance faltered, monetary coherence fractured. These episodes did not destroy money itself but forced societies to adapt practices under stress. Crisis revealed the social scaffolding beneath metallic systems. According to monetary historians, these adaptations often involved supplementing coinage rather than abandoning it entirely. Studies show increased reliance on credit, tallies, and accounting entries during shortages or instability. The reason is that economic coordination still required shared reference points even when physical money proved unreliable. Credit extended trust across time, while records anchored obligations beyond immediate exchange. Coinage continued to serve as unit of account, even when circulation thinned. This separation of functions marked an important transition in monetary logic. Medium of exchange, store of value, and unit of account began to diverge operationally. Analytical models indicate that such divergence increases flexibility but also complexity. It requires stronger institutions to manage consistency across forms. Metallic money thus became one component within a broader system of trust rather than its sole foundation. The social system of money expanded, carrying forward lessons learned through centuries of metallic coordination. By the end of widespread metallic dominance, societies had internalized a crucial principle about money's nature. Stability derived less from substance and more from credible commitment, repetition, and shared belief. Coins had trained populations to accept abstraction underwritten by authority, preparing them for further detachment from physical constraint. This conditioning did not erase metals immediately but reframed their role within evolving systems. The architecture built around coinage proved transferable, capable of supporting new forms layered atop established trust structures. As economic scale increased, pressure mounted to move beyond material limits while preserving confidence. The social logic forged through metals would be tested again under different technologies and institutions. These pressures accumulated gradually, pushing monetary systems toward further abstraction without severing continuity. The transition ahead would retain familiar structures even as forms shifted, carrying trust forward into arrangements not yet fully materialized. What persisted was the expectation that value would remain stable through institutional discipline rather than physical constraint alone. This expectation anchored acceptance even as tangible backing thinned. It also redefined money as a managed relationship rather than a natural object. The legacy of metals therefore lived on not in substance, but in structure. Money became durable only when political authority attached itself to systems of exchange. Before states consolidated power, currencies were unstable, localized, and dependent on social trust rather than enforcement. As territorial control expanded, rulers discovered that standardizing units of account simplified taxation, provisioning, and military logistics. The mechanism was direct. A recognized authority could define value, compel acceptance, and punish refusal. Coins stamped with sovereign symbols transformed abstract obligations into tangible instruments backed by force. This worked because obedience to currency became inseparable from obedience to law. Payment of taxes created mandatory demand, ensuring circulation regardless of personal preference or local custom. Over time, state-issued money displaced barter and competing tokens by embedding exchange within political hierarchy. Currency ceased to be merely economic and became an administrative technology of governance that bound populations to centralized power structures. The reason state-backed currency proved resilient lies in its capacity to coordinate large populations under shared rules. Barter required coincidence of needs, while social credit relied on memory and reputation within small groups. State money replaced these limitations with enforceable abstraction. The mechanism depended on scale. Once taxes, fines, and wages were denominated in a single unit, participation became unavoidable. This system worked because legal tender laws aligned private transactions with public accounting. Market prices, contracts, and debts gradually synchronized to official units of value. According to economic historians, this alignment reduced transaction costs while increasing state visibility into economic activity. The analytical consequence was asymmetry, as authorities gained informational advantage over subjects. Currency circulation revealed production patterns, consumption habits, and regional imbalances. Money thus functioned simultaneously as medium of exchange and instrument of surveillance. By the 7th century BCE, states in Lydia and neighboring regions were minting standardized coins in precious metals. At the time, these coins facilitated military payment and tax collection across expanding territories. By the Roman period, currency systems were fully integrated with imperial administration. Coins carried imperial imagery, reinforcing legitimacy with every transaction. Debasement episodes revealed the political nature of money, as rulers altered metal content to manage fiscal stress. According to surviving records, such changes often preceded inflation and social unrest. By the 3rd century CE, Rome's monetary instability mirrored its administrative strain. Similar patterns appeared in Chinese dynasties, where coinage reforms tracked shifts in central authority. Historical evidence consistently links currency stability to institutional strength. According to modern monetary theory, state money derives value primarily from its role in settling obligations to public authority. Studies show that tax-driven demand anchors currency acceptance even in the absence of intrinsic value. This explains why fiat money persists despite lacking commodity backing. The mechanism operates through obligation rather than trust alone. When taxes are unavoidable, money becomes necessary. According to anthropological research, early states often imposed taxes specifically to force adoption of new currencies. This worked because resistance carried legal penalties. Empirical studies of colonial economies demonstrate similar strategies, where imposed currencies displaced indigenous systems. Citation-based analysis reveals continuity across eras, from ancient empires to modern nation-states. Money repeatedly emerges as a legal construct before becoming an economic convenience. State authority matured. Currency systems grew more abstract and administratively complex. Metal content mattered less than accounting consistency. Paper instruments extended reach beyond physical constraints of coinage. This transition worked because credibility shifted from material substance to institutional reliability. The reason modern economies tolerate purely symbolic money lies in historical conditioning to authority-backed value. Central banks inherited roles once held by treasuries and mints, refining control rather than replacing it. Monetary systems became layered, combining legal mandate, fiscal policy, and public confidence. These layers reinforced each other, producing durability even during crisis. Currency thus evolved alongside governance capacity, reflecting political organization more than market spontaneity. As this alignment deepened, money increasingly structured social relations in ways that extended far beyond exchange. State authority over currency did not remain static. It expanded through institutional layering and administrative refinement. Once money was established as a compulsory medium for taxation, states began to reorganize entire fiscal systems around it. The mechanism involved coupling currency issuance with public spending, ensuring continuous circulation. This worked because governments became both the source and the largest consumer of money. Soldiers, officials, and suppliers were paid in official currency, reinforcing its dominance. Over time, budgets, censuses, and price controls emerged as complementary tools. These instruments transformed money into a coordinating signal across sectors. Economic activity increasingly responded to state-defined incentives rather than local custom. Currency thus became embedded within a broader architecture of governance that structured economic behavior at scale. The reason institutional control intensified lies in the problem of predictability. States required reliable revenue streams to plan infrastructure, defense, and administration. Monetary standardization reduced uncertainty by stabilizing accounting units over time. The mechanism was administrative discipline. Fixed units enabled comparison across regions and periods. This worked because consistency allowed obligations to be enforced uniformly. Courts adjudicated contracts denominated in official currency, further entrenching its authority. Analytical studies show that legal enforcement amplified monetary reach beyond direct taxation. Private actors aligned their expectations with state units to reduce risk. As a result, money became the default language of obligation. The social effect was normalization, as people organized labor, savings, and debt around state-defined measures of value. By the late medieval period, European states expanded monetary authority through centralized treasuries. At the time, fragmented coinage systems created inefficiencies and arbitrage. Monarchs responded by asserting exclusive minting rights. By the 15th century, debasement and recoinage were common fiscal strategies. Records from England and France show frequent currency reforms linked to war finance. In China, the Song dynasty expanded paper money issuance to manage copper shortages. These historical episodes demonstrate experimentation rather than linear progress. Currency systems adapted to material constraints and political pressure. Stability was episodic, not permanent. Historical patterns reveal that monetary authority strengthened during consolidation and weakened during fragmentation. According to archival studies, monetary reforms often followed crises rather than preventing them. Scholars note that states learn through failure, adjusting policy after inflation or shortages emerged. The mechanism of learning was institutional memory encoded in law and bureaucracy. According to comparative research, states with durable administrations recovered faster from monetary disruptions. This worked because rules could be revised without dismantling authority. Empirical evidence from early modern Europe shows increasing sophistication in debt management. Bond markets emerged under state oversight, extending monetary influence into future obligations. Citation-based analysis confirms that public debt tied citizens to state currency over generations. Money thus extended state authority temporally as well as spatially. As monetary systems grew denser, they reshaped social hierarchy and power relations. Control over currency issuance conferred strategic advantage. Elites with access to state finance gained insulation from volatility. This worked because proximity to authority reduced exposure to risk. Ordinary populations bore adjustment costs through taxation and price shifts. The reason inequality often tracks monetary policy lies in asymmetric buffering. States could redistribute indirectly through inflation or credit allocation. Currency therefore operated as a political instrument even when framed as neutral. Over time, societies internalized these dynamics, treating money as natural rather than constructed. This normalization masked the extent to which currency reflected institutional priorities, setting conditions that would later support more centralized and abstract monetary regimes. As states consolidated monetary authority, they increasingly separated currency from direct material backing. This shift was gradual and administrative rather than ideological. The mechanism involved expanding trust in institutions rather than substances. Coins lost intrinsic value as states asserted that acceptance, not metal, defined worth. This worked because enforcement mechanisms matured alongside bureaucratic reach. Courts, tax offices, and treasuries reinforced compliance even when currencies weakened materially. Over time, populations adapted expectations to nominal values rather than physical composition. Prices adjusted to authority signals instead of commodity scarcity. Money thus became a promise anchored in governance capacity. The social system of exchange reorganized around credibility and continuity rather than tangible assurance. The reason abstraction succeeded lies in the predictability of state behavior. When authorities maintained consistent rules, people coordinated around them despite occasional disruption. The mechanism was repetition: taxes collected, salaries paid, debts settled. This worked because routine stabilized belief. Analytical models show that credibility compounds through use rather than declaration. Even inflationary episodes did not dissolve systems entirely if authority remained intact. Instead, adjustments occurred within the framework. Monetary policy became a management problem rather than existential threat. Currency shifted from symbol of sovereignty to tool of economic calibration. This transformation expanded state discretion while narrowing individual autonomy in defining value. By the 18th century, paper money and public credit dominated European finance. At the time, wars required funding beyond immediate taxation. States issued bonds denominated in their own currency, embedding future revenue into present exchange. By the 19th century, central banks formalized these practices. The Bank of England exemplified institutionalized monetary authority. Gold standards coexisted with paper claims, mediating confidence rather than determining it. Historical records show that suspension of convertibility did not end currency use. Instead, trust followed institutional survival. Similar developments occurred in Japan and later the United States. History demonstrates that backing mattered less than governance continuity. According to economic studies, modern fiat systems rely on layered credibility. Legal tender laws, central bank independence, and fiscal capacity reinforce one another. The mechanism functions through expectation management rather than coercion alone. According to empirical research, inflation remains contained when policy signals are consistent. Studies show that breakdowns occur primarily during political collapse. This supports the view that money stability reflects institutional stability. Citation-based comparisons across countries reveal strong correlation between governance quality and currency performance. Monetary crises are thus social crises expressed numerically. Money acts as an index of political order rather than an autonomous force. As currency became fully abstract, its social effects intensified. Monetary policy shaped employment, savings, and intergenerational outcomes. Control over issuance allowed states to smooth shocks or amplify them. This worked because money mediated access to resources at every level. Individuals experienced policy through prices and wages rather than statutes. The reason money feels impersonal lies in its scale and invisibility. Yet its design reflects deliberate institutional choices. As these choices accumulated, societies became dependent on centralized monetary management. Currency no longer merely enabled exchange, it structured time, risk, and obligation. The system moved toward greater abstraction and coordination, carrying state authority deeper into everyday life as monetary systems prepare to operate across borders and institutions without direct reference to territory. Banking emerged not as a sudden invention, but as a gradual layering of social practices around trust, record-keeping, and deferred settlement. Long before banks issued notes or extended formal credit, communities relied on intermediaries to safeguard valuables, verify claims, and remember obligations over time. Temples, merchant houses, and state treasuries often filled this role, combining physical security with social authority. What distinguished banking from simple storage was the recognition that deposited assets were rarely withdrawn all at once. This predictable stability created space for reuse. Claims could circulate while the underlying assets remained largely stationary. Money, in this setting, became less about metal moving through space and more about promises persisting through time. The durability of these promises depended on reputation, enforcement, and shared belief in continuity. Banking, therefore, developed as a social technology, one that transformed idle reserves into active instruments without visibly altering everyday exchange. The quietness of this transformation is central to its power. Most participants experienced continuity rather than disruption. Value appeared stable even as its foundations shifted from possession to permission, from holding to accounting. By the late medieval period, banking practices had matured into recognizable systems across parts of Europe, the Middle East, and Asia. Merchant banks in Italian city-states maintained ledgers that tracked credits and debits across multiple counterparties. By the 14th century, bills of exchange allowed merchants to settle accounts without transporting coin, reducing risk and accelerating trade. At the time, these instruments were framed as conveniences rather than innovations in money itself. Yet they altered the structure of circulation by allowing obligations to substitute for currency. Deposits became transferable claims, and settlement could occur through netting rather than payment. Gold and silver still anchored value, but daily transactions increasingly relied on entries in books. According to surviving records from Florence and Venice, most large commercial payments never involved physical cash. Banking houses coordinated flows across regions, synchronizing obligations through correspondence and clearing. These practices spread unevenly, shaped by law, religion, and political stability. Over time, they established a pattern in which money's movement became largely invisible, embedded within institutional routines rather than physical exchange. The mechanism by which banks create money rests on this separation between claims and reserves. When a bank accepts a deposit, it records a liability to the depositor while gaining control over the underlying asset. If the bank then extends a loan, it credits the borrower's account, creating a new claim without issuing physical currency. This works because both parties accept bank balances as valid payment. The reason this does not immediately collapse is that withdrawals are statistically staggered. Only a fraction of depositors seek cash at any moment. Banks therefore operate on expectations rather than totals. The balance sheet expands through matched entries, not through additional metal. Money creation, in this sense, is an accounting process grounded in confidence. It depends on legal recognition of deposits as money and on social norms that treat bank liabilities as equivalent to cash. This system amplifies purchasing power without visibly increasing currency in circulation. The expansion remains largely abstract, mediated through ledgers and later through electronic records. Stability emerges not from full backing, but from managed mismatch between assets and liabilities. By the 17th century, states began to formalize this process through chartered banks. The Bank of England, founded in 1694, combined public finance with private banking. It issued notes backed not by specie alone but by government debt. At the time, this arrangement linked money creation directly to state authority. Notes circulated because they were accepted for taxes and obligations. According to parliamentary records, convertibility into gold was less frequently exercised than later mythology suggests. What mattered was confidence in continuity. Similar institutions emerged elsewhere, embedding banking within fiscal systems. Central banks gradually assumed roles as lenders of last resort, stabilizing private banks during periods of stress. This historical shift aligned money creation with sovereign capacity. Banks could expand credit knowing that systemic liquidity would be supported in emergencies. The arrangement blurred distinctions between public and private money. Over time, it normalized the idea that most money exists as bank liabilities rather than state-issued currency. This normalization shaped expectations about growth, stability, and intervention. Studies of modern monetary systems show that the majority of money today is created through bank lending rather than government printing. According to central bank publications, cash typically represents a small minority of the money supply in advanced economies. Bank deposits dominate everyday transactions. This structure persists because electronic balances are accepted universally for payment of wages, taxes, and debts. The system works because settlement occurs within networks rather than at endpoints. Interbank markets, clearinghouses, and central bank reserves coordinate flows behind the scenes. These layers absorb shocks and smooth imbalances. Research from the Bank for International Settlements indicates that confidence in these mechanisms is more decisive than reserve ratios alone. When trust holds, money creation appears routine and unremarkable. When trust falters, the abstract nature of deposits becomes visible. Withdrawals accelerate, interbank lending freezes, and liquidity becomes scarce. These episodes reveal that money creation is inseparable from institutional credibility. It is sustained by belief reinforced through regulation, intervention, and historical precedent. Banking systems also shape the direction of economic activity by determining who receives newly created money. Credit allocation is not neutral. Loans are extended based on profitability, collateral, and perceived risk. This means money enters the economy unevenly, favoring certain sectors and actors. The mechanism channels expansion toward real estate, government finance, or corporate investment depending on incentives. The reason this matters is that money creation influences asset prices before wages or consumption. Early recipients gain purchasing power ahead of adjustment. Over time, this pattern structures inequality and growth. Banking therefore functions as a gatekeeper, translating social priorities into monetary form. Regulation attempts to guide this process through capital requirements and lending standards. However, discretion remains embedded within institutional judgment. Money creation becomes a reflection of prevailing values, expectations, and power relations. It is less a technical process than a negotiated outcome shaped by law, culture, and market sentiment. The quiet regularity of lending decisions accumulates into large-scale structural effects, moments of crisis, The constructed nature of bank money becomes especially clear. Bank runs, credit crunches, and systemic freezes expose the reliance on collective confidence. Historical episodes such as the Great Depression demonstrated how rapidly money supply could contract when banks failed. In response, deposit insurance and central bank guarantees were introduced to stabilize expectations. According to post-war economic analyses, these measures were as psychological as financial. They reassured depositors that claims would be honored regardless of individual bank solvency. This shifted trust from institutions to systems. Money creation continued, but underwritten by explicit state backing. Over time, this arrangement became invisible again, fading into routine. Banking resumed its role as a background infrastructure of daily life. Money continued to appear stable, even as it remained fundamentally contingent. The system moved forward not by eliminating risk, but by redistributing it across institutions and time. This continuity set the stage for further expansion, integration, and dependence as banking deepened its role within the social fabric of money. As banking expanded, its operations became increasingly abstract, distancing everyday economic life from the physical markers of money. Depositors no longer interacted with vaults or coin, but with statements, balances, and later screens. This abstraction altered how value was perceived and managed. Money appeared as a numerical condition rather than a tangible object. The continuity of this perception depended on reliability in accounting systems. Errors were rare, reversals uncommon, and reconciliation procedures deeply institutionalized. This reliability allowed people to plan across longer horizons, trusting that recorded balances would persist. Over time, this trust shifted expectations about what money was. It became something that existed primarily as information. The social agreement underlying banking extended into routines of payroll, rent, and savings. These routines normalized the idea that money could be created, moved, and extinguished without physical presence. What mattered was not where money was, but whether it was recognized. Recognition, rather than possession, defined economic capability within banking societies. The mechanism of interbank settlement plays a central role in sustaining this recognition. Individual banks do not operate in isolation. Payments between customers of different banks require coordination at a higher level. This works because banks maintain reserve accounts with a central authority, typically a central bank. When a payment crosses institutions, reserves are adjusted accordingly. The reason this system functions smoothly is that most transactions net out over time. Gross settlement occurs only for residual imbalances. Clearing systems compress thousands of obligations into manageable transfers. This architecture allows banks to expand lending without constant reserve movement. Liquidity circulates within the system, buffered by central bank facilities. According to institutional studies, this design minimizes friction while preserving finality. It also concentrates risk within shared infrastructures. Stability depends on uninterrupted operation of these networks. When they function, money feels instantaneous and reliable. When disrupted, delays reveal the layered complexity beneath simple payments. Historically, the evolution of central banking reinforced these settlement mechanisms. By the 19th century, central banks increasingly standardized reserve management and payment clearing. At the time, industrial expansion demanded faster and more predictable financial coordination. Telegraphy and later electronic communication accelerated settlement cycles. By the early 20th century, real-time gross settlement systems began to replace manual clearing. These developments reduced uncertainty and allowed higher volumes of transactions. According to archival records, payment delays that once took weeks were compressed into days or hours. This speed altered economic behavior. Firms could operate with lower cash buffers. banks could manage tighter margins. The system became more efficient, but also more sensitive to disruption. Each improvement in speed reduced tolerance for delay. Money creation accelerated in parallel, supported by faster circulation. The infrastructure of settlement quietly shaped the tempo of economic life, reinforcing expectations of immediacy and continuity. Citation-based analyses of modern crises show how settlement systems influence confidence. According to reports from the International Monetary Fund, payment disruptions amplify financial stress beyond balance sheet losses. When settlement is uncertain, participants hoard liquidity. Studies show that even solvent institutions may withdraw from markets if clearing becomes unreliable. This reaction is not driven by insolvency but by coordination failure. The system relies on mutual expectation of completion. When expectation weakens, volume collapses. Central banks respond by extending intraday credit and guaranteeing settlement finality. These interventions restore confidence by reasserting authority. Research indicates that transparency and communication are as important as liquidity provision. Participants need assurance that rules will hold. Money creation resumes once settlement reliability is reaffirmed. These findings underline that banking systems depend as much on perception as on resources. Confidence in processes sustains confidence in money itself. Bank balance sheets reflect this dependence through their structure. Assets consist largely of loans and securities, while liabilities are primarily deposits. Equity absorbs fluctuations, but leverage remains high. The mechanism allows banks to operate with thin capital relative to total claims. This works because losses are infrequent and dispersed. The reason leverage persists is competitive pressure. Higher leverage increases return on equity during stable periods. Regulation attempts to constrain excess, but incentives remain. Balance sheets therefore embody negotiated risk. Money creation expands as assets grow, constrained by capital and liquidity requirements. These constraints are social choices, shaped by regulation and political economy. They reflect judgments about acceptable risk and public responsibility. Banking systems translate these judgments into monetary outcomes. The size and composition of money supply emerge from institutional design rather than natural limits. This design evolves through experience, crisis, and reform, embedding historical lessons into technical rules. By the late 20th century, financial innovation further transformed money creation. Securitization allowed banks to move loans off balance sheets, freeing capacity for new lending. At the time, this was framed as risk distribution. Loans were pooled, sliced, and sold to investors. According to contemporaneous analyses, this process expanded credit availability. However, it also obscured risk location. Money creation extended beyond traditional deposits into shadow banking structures. These entities performed bank-like functions without equivalent regulation. Short-term funding substituted for deposits. The system grew more complex and interconnected. While liquidity appeared abundant, it relied on continuous refinancing. When markets froze, these structures proved fragile. The episode revealed that money creation had migrated beyond visible institutions. Banking, as a social system, had extended into contractual networks that mimicked deposits without formal guarantees. Empirical studies following these events emphasized the importance of backstops. According to post-crisis research, central bank interventions effectively reabsorbed shadow structures into public support frameworks. Emergency lending facilities stabilized markets by substituting official liquidity for private funding. This response reasserted the central role of state authority in money creation. Even when innovation disperses functions, ultimate stability rests on recognized guarantors. The findings suggest that money creation cannot be fully privatized. It depends on collective acceptance of final settlement. When that acceptance falters, public institutions intervene. This pattern reinforces the idea that banking operates within social boundaries. Technical complexity does not eliminate reliance on shared belief. Instead, it redistributes where that belief is anchored. Money continues to function because confidence is rebuilt, often quietly, through institutional action rather than structural overhaul. As these layers accumulate, banking becomes less visible yet more consequential. Daily transactions proceed smoothly, masking the conditional nature of underlying claims. Money appears abundant or scarce depending on credit conditions rather than currency issuance. This perception shapes behavior across households, firms, and governments. Decisions are made assuming continuity of access. When access tightens, adjustment is abrupt. The system oscillates between expansion and restraint, guided by policy signals and market sentiment. These oscillations are not anomalies but features of credit-based money. They reflect ongoing negotiation between risk and growth. Banking, in this sense, remains an adaptive social system. It evolves through incremental change rather than redesign. Money creation continues within this evolving framework, carrying forward assumptions about trust, authority, and obligation that remain unfinished and open to further transformation as conditions shift and expectations realign without ever fully resolving the tensions they contain. These tensions persist because banking ties the future to the present through promises that must remain credible over time. Loans extended today assume income, growth, and stability tomorrow. Money creation therefore embeds expectations about the future into current balances. This temporal linkage gives banking its productive power and its fragility. When expectations align, credit expands smoothly and economic activity follows. When expectations fracture, the same mechanisms reverse direction. Lending slows, repayment accelerates, and money effectively disappears as balances contract. This contraction is not merely a reduction in activity, but a withdrawal of recognized claims. The social system recalibrates by redefining what counts as reliable obligation. Banking thus acts as a translator between imagined futures and present exchange. Its balance sheets record not only assets and liabilities but collective beliefs about continuity. These beliefs are reinforced through routine repayment and undermined through default. Over long periods, the system oscillates between confidence and caution, never settling into equilibrium. Money creation remains contingent on these shifting assessments, grounded less in arithmetic than in judgment repeated at scale. The mechanism through which policy influences this judgment operates largely through interest rates and regulatory signals. Central banks adjust the cost of reserves and set expectations about acceptable risk. This works because banks price loans relative to policy benchmarks. The reason small changes matter is leverage. A modest shift in rates alters profitability across large balance sheets. Policy therefore shapes incentives rather than commands outcomes. Banks respond by expanding or restraining credit based on perceived margins. This indirect control reflects the decentralized nature of money creation. Authorities do not issue most money, they condition its creation. This conditioning relies on credibility. Policy signals must be believed to be effective. When credibility holds, guidance steers behavior smoothly. When credibility erodes, policy loses traction. The relationship between banks and central authorities becomes a dialogue rather than a hierarchy. Money creation emerges from this dialogue, negotiated continuously through markets, supervision, and expectation. Historically, shifts in policy frameworks have redefined this dialogue. By the late 20th century, inflation targeting became a dominant approach. Central banks focused on price stability as the primary objective. At the time, this reframed money creation as a variable to be managed indirectly through inflation expectations. According to policy records, monetary aggregates receded from prominence. Attention shifted toward interest rates and forward guidance. This change reflected the growing complexity of financial systems. Direct control over money supply proved impractical. Instead, authorities aimed to anchor expectations. Banking adapted by aligning lending behavior with anticipated policy paths. Credit expansion became sensitive to central bank communication. This sensitivity increased the importance of narrative and signaling. Money creation responded not only to rules but to interpretation. The social system of banking incorporated discourse as an operational component, embedding language into financial outcomes. According to empirical studies of credit cycles, prolonged periods of stability tend to encourage risk accumulation. Low volatility fosters confidence, which supports leverage and innovation. Banks extend credit under the assumption that conditions will persist. This assumption gradually weakens resilience. When disruption occurs, adjustment is sharp. Studies show that downturns following credit booms are deeper and longer. This pattern reflects the asymmetric nature of money creation. Expansion is incremental and dispersed, while contraction is sudden and synchronized. Banking systems amplify this asymmetry through interconnected balance sheets. Losses propagate quickly, while gains accumulate quietly. Policy responses attempt to counteract this tendency through countercyclical buffers and stress testing. These tools aim to internalize future risk into present decisions. Their effectiveness depends on enforcement and belief. The system continues to rely on judgment layered onto technical rules. Banking also interacts with broader social structures through its role in shaping access. Credit availability influences housing, education, and business formation. Money creation therefore affects life trajectories as well as aggregate outcomes. The mechanism channels opportunity through institutional criteria. The reason disparities persist is that risk assessment reflects existing distributions of wealth and income. Collateral-based lending reinforces established positions. Attempts to broaden access often involve public guarantees or targeted programs. These interventions recognize that money creation is not neutral. It reflects collective choices about inclusion and exclusion. Banking systems operationalize these choices through everyday decisions. Over time, the cumulative effect of these decisions shapes social mobility and economic geography. Money, as created through banks, becomes a map of institutional priorities rather than a simple medium of exchange. And historical perspective, moments of reform reveal the malleability of these priorities. After major crises, regulatory frameworks are rewritten. Capital requirements increase, activities are restricted, and oversight intensifies. At the time, these changes are presented as technical corrections. Yet they embody normative judgments about acceptable behavior. According to legislative debates, reforms balance stability against growth. Over time, memory of crisis fades and pressure for relaxation returns. The system drifts toward expansion again. This cycle suggests that banking evolves through adaptation rather than resolution. Money creation remains contested terrain, shaped by experience rather than design. Each iteration leaves traces in institutional memory, influencing future responses without eliminating uncertainty. Citation-based research on long-term financial development indicates that societies with resilient banking systems invest heavily in institutional trust. According to comparative studies, legal clarity, enforcement consistency, and transparency correlate with stable money creation. These factors reduce reliance on informal guarantees. They allow abstract claims to function reliably across large populations. Where contracts are enforceable and accounting standards uniform, Deposits are treated as secure stores of value. This security lowers the perceived need for physical cash. Money creation can then proceed through credit without constant fear of withdrawal. The studies show that trust substitutes for backing. It performs the work that metal once did. Banking systems in such environments operate with greater leverage and lower liquidity buffers. Stability emerges not from conservatism but from shared confidence in institutions. This confidence is cumulative, built through repeated fulfillment of obligations. When broken, it is slow to rebuild. Money creation therefore rests on social memory as much as on current conditions. At the level of everyday experience, these abstractions manifest as ordinary routines. Salaries appear on fixed dates. Payments clear without delay. Balances update silently. Most participants rarely encounter the mechanisms behind these outcomes. The system functions precisely because it recedes from attention. Banking succeeds when it feels boring. This invisibility allows money creation to expand without provoking constant scrutiny. Yet it also obscures dependency. Access to money depends on uninterrupted institutional performance. When systems fail, the sudden visibility can be disorienting. People rediscover that balances are promises, not objects. This realization often arrives during moments of stress. The contrast between routine and disruption highlights the social nature of money. Its existence depends on continuous coordination. Banking provides that coordination through standardized processes. These processes are technical in form but social in substance. They require acceptance, compliance, and expectation across millions of interactions. As banking systems mature, their influence extends beyond finance into governance and policy. Governments rely on banks to distribute fiscal support, collect taxes, and finance deficits. This reliance entwines money creation with political decision-making. The mechanism operates through bond markets and primary dealers. Banks purchase government debt, creating deposits in the process. The reason this matters is that fiscal capacity becomes linked to banking capacity. During periods of expansion, this linkage enables rapid mobilization of resources. During constraint, it can limit options. Historical episodes show that states with robust banking systems can respond more flexibly to shocks. According to public finance records, wartime and crisis spending often depended on domestic banking depth. Money creation thus supports collective action at scale. It transforms political commitments into spendable resources. Banking becomes an extension of state capability, even when formally private. Over time, this integration reshapes perceptions of sovereignty. Money is no longer seen solely as issued by the state, nor entirely as a market product. It occupies an intermediate space. Banking systems operationalize this hybridity. They translate policy goals into credit conditions. They absorb shocks through balance sheet adjustment. This role grants banks structural power. Regulation seeks to balance this power with accountability. The relationship remains uneasy. According to institutional analyses, tensions arise when private incentives diverge from public goals. These tensions are managed through oversight rather than elimination. Money creation continues within negotiated boundaries. The system tolerates ambiguity because clarity would constrain flexibility. Banking thrives in this ambiguity, adapting to shifting expectations while preserving continuity. The cumulative result is a monetary system that feels stable while remaining inherently dynamic. Money supply expands and contracts in response to credit conditions rather than deliberate issuance. This responsiveness supports growth but introduces cyclicality. Banking systems smooth some fluctuations while amplifying others. The pattern reflects trade-offs embedded in design. Stability and adaptability pull in opposite directions. Institutions mediate between them. Money creation persists as an emergent property of this mediation. It cannot be reduced to policy, profit, or technology alone. It arises from their interaction. Understanding banking as a social system reveals why reform is incremental and contested. The system evolves through practice rather than blueprint. Money continues to function not because it is fixed, but because it is continuously renegotiated within a framework of shared trust, authority, and expectation that remains open-ended as economic life moves forward into conditions that banking systems must again learn to accommodate without final resolution. Paper money entered economic life not as a technological upgrade to metal, but as an administrative solution to problems of scale, distance, and trust. As trade volumes expanded and political territories grew, the physical limits of coinage became increasingly visible. Transporting metal was costly, slow, and vulnerable to loss or theft. Large payments required weight, storage, and security that strained both private merchants and public treasuries. Paper instruments reduced these frictions by substituting symbolic claims for physical substance. What circulated was no longer the material itself, but an assertion recognized by an authority or network. This shift altered the nature of money from an object to a system of promises. Value became portable not through weight, but through recognition. The social dimension of money moved closer to the surface. Acceptance depended less on intrinsic properties and more on institutional backing. The emergence of paper money therefore marked a transition in how societies organized trust at scale, embedding monetary value within administrative and legal structures rather than material composition. The mechanism through which paper money functioned relied on layered credibility rather than direct equivalence. Early paper currencies were often claims on stored metal, issued by treasuries, banks, or merchants who promised redemption on demand. This worked because redemption was rarely exercised all at once. The reason the system remained stable was that everyday transactions required confidence, not conversion. As long as participants believed others would accept the paper tomorrow, its utility today remained intact. This works because money's primary function is coordination, not settlement. Settlement can be deferred when trust is distributed across institutions. Over time, redemption became symbolic rather than operational. Authorities limited conversion, suspended it during crises, or abandoned it entirely. Paper continued to circulate because its acceptance was enforced through taxation, legal tender laws, and accounting systems. The mechanism shifted from metal backing to institutional continuity. Creditworthiness replaced weight as the anchor of value. Historically, paper money appeared independently in multiple contexts where administrative complexity exceeded metallic capacity. By the 9th century, Tang Dynasty China used paper instruments to reduce the burden of copper coin transport across provinces. At the time, state granaries, tax offices, and merchant guilds formed dense networks capable of enforcing acceptance. By the Song Dynasty, government-issued notes circulated widely, supported by centralized printing and regional offices. In early modern Europe, paper instruments emerged more cautiously. Bills of exchange allowed merchants to settle accounts across cities without moving coin. By the 17th century, public banks in Amsterdam and Stockholm issued notes linked to deposits. These institutions addressed chronic shortages of reliable coinage. The historical pattern shows that paper money arose where governance, record-keeping, and enforcement could sustain abstract claims. Its adoption reflected institutional maturity rather than material innovation alone. Credit expanded alongside paper money, further transforming monetary systems from static stores into dynamic flows. Credit allowed present resources to be mobilized against expected future income. This shifted economic coordination across time as well as space. The reason credit integrates smoothly with paper money is that both rely on deferred settlement. A banknote represents a claim redeemable later. A loan represents repayment promised later. This works because economic activity depends on continuity rather than immediacy. Credit multiplies monetary capacity by allowing the same base assets to support multiple transactions. The mechanism is accounting-based rather than physical. Ledgers record obligations, offsets, and net positions. As long as defaults remain limited and predictable, the system remains stable. When defaults cluster, confidence contracts rapidly. Paper money and credit therefore amplify both coordination and risk. They extend economic reach while increasing sensitivity to trust failures. According to economic historians, the spread of paper money coincided with the rise of centralized fiscal states. Studies show that governments capable of taxing broadly and predictably were better positioned to issue credible paper. According to archival records, wartime finance often accelerated paper issuance as states sought to mobilize resources quickly. In many cases, emergency notes persisted long after crises ended. Scholars note that acceptance depended less on promises of redemption and more on the requirement to use paper for taxes and public payments. According to monetary sociology research, this anchored paper money within everyday obligations. The evidence suggests that legitimacy followed usage rather than preceding it. Once embedded in salaries, rents, and accounts, paper money became difficult to displace. Citation patterns across regions indicate that failure occurred where states lacked enforcement capacity. Hyperinflation episodes often reflected political breakdown rather than monetary abstraction itself. As paper money displaced metal in daily use, the social meaning of money shifted subtly but decisively. Money became less a thing held and more a relationship maintained. Possession mattered less than recognition within systems of accounts. This altered how individuals perceived wealth, risk, and obligation. Savings could be represented as entries rather than objects. Debts could be expanded and rolled forward. The mechanism underlying this change was normalization through routine. Repeated use trained participants to trust symbols backed by institutions rather than materials. Over time, familiarity replaced skepticism. This works because social systems stabilize through habit as much as logic. Paper money became ordinary through repetition, not persuasion. Its abstractness faded into background infrastructure. What remained visible were prices, wages, and balances, while the material form receded from attention. By the time paper money and credit systems matured, monetary authority had become inseparable from governance itself. Control over issuance, regulation, and settlement shaped economic outcomes more powerfully than control over metal supplies ever had. States gained flexibility to respond to shocks, fund projects, and smooth cycles, but also assumed responsibility for maintaining confidence. This responsibility carried political consequences. Mismanagement translated quickly into social strain. The system demanded continuous calibration rather than fixed standards. As paper and credit intertwined, money increasingly reflected collective expectations about stability, growth, and authority. These expectations were not static. They adjusted with experience, crisis, and reform. The monetary system thus evolved as a living structure, sustained by belief, enforcement, and routine use, moving steadily forward as economic life expanded beyond the limits of tangible exchange. As paper money became normalized, its circulation increasingly depended on banking institutions rather than sovereign treasuries alone. Banks emerged as intermediaries that connected depositors, borrowers, and the broader economy through balance sheets rather than vaults. Deposits no longer remained idle stores of value. They became the basis for lending, investment, and payment settlement. This transformation altered the relationship between money and time. Funds placed in banks were simultaneously available to others through credit creation. The apparent stability of balances masked constant motion beneath. What mattered was not individual notes, but aggregate confidence in institutional solvency. The banking system functioned as a coordination mechanism, aligning expectations across thousands or millions of participants. Paper money circulating outside banks relied on state authority, while money inside banks relied on reputational and regulatory frameworks. Together, they formed an interdependent system. The everyday experience of money thus shifted toward abstraction, where trust resided less in physical possession and more in institutional continuity. The mechanism by which banks expanded the effective money supply is commonly described as credit multiplication. When a bank issues a loan, it does not transfer pre-existing funds in a simple sense. Instead, it creates a deposit that functions as spendable money. This works because deposits are treated as money by account holders and counterparties. The reason this process remains viable is that not all depositors demand withdrawals simultaneously. Payments offset each other across the system. Reserves serve as buffers rather than full backing. The mechanism depends on probabilistic stability rather than certainty. Regulation, capital requirements, and central bank support evolved to manage this fragility. Credit creation thus became endogenous to economic activity. As demand for loans rose, money expanded. As confidence contracted, money effectively shrank. Paper money and credit therefore formed a responsive but delicate structure, capable of growth yet vulnerable to disruption. By the 18th and 19th centuries, credit-based monetary systems were firmly embedded in industrializing economies. At the time, expanding production required upfront investment in machinery, labor, and infrastructure. Credit bridged the gap between current costs and future returns. Commercial banks financed trade, while emerging central banks stabilized settlement between institutions. By the mid-19th century, banknotes issued by private banks circulated alongside state money in many countries. These notes were accepted based on the perceived reliability of issuers. Periodic crises exposed weaknesses in this arrangement. Bank failures triggered note depreciation and payment freezes. In response, governments consolidated note issuance and formalized central banking roles. The historical record shows a gradual shift towards centralized oversight. This did not eliminate credit risk, but it redistributed it across institutions. Paper money increasingly represented claims on systems rather than specific issuers. According to financial historians, recurring banking crises played a central role in shaping modern monetary governance. Studies show that panics often followed periods of rapid credit expansion combined with weak supervision. According to contemporary accounts, depositors responded to uncertainty by converting deposits into cash, stressing banks' liquidity. These episodes revealed the social nature of money. The problem was not a sudden loss of physical resources, but a collapse of confidence. According to institutional analyses, lender of last resort functions emerged to address this coordination failure. Central banks provided emergency liquidity to solvent institutions facing temporary runs. This intervention worked by signaling systemic support rather than resolving individual debts. Evidence from multiple countries indicates that credible backstops reduced panic severity. Citation patterns suggest that stability depended on expectations of support as much as actual intervention. As credit-based systems stabilized, the boundary between money and finance became increasingly blurred. Instruments such as checks, promissory notes, and later electronic balances functioned as money in practice. Their acceptance relied on clearing systems that netted obligations rather than settling each transaction individually. This reduced the need for physical currency even further. The mechanism underlying this evolution was efficiency through aggregation. Clearinghouses allowed banks to exchange claims daily, settling only net differences. This works because most payments cancel out. Over time, money became less visible as an object and more present as an accounting relationship. Individuals interacted with balances, statements, and records. The material form receded into emergency use. What persisted was the expectation that claims would be honored within established systems. Monetary experience thus became increasingly mediated by institutions rather than direct exchange. The social consequences of this shift were unevenly distributed. Access to credit expanded opportunities for some while increasing vulnerability for others. Households and firms could smooth income fluctuations, invest, and grow. At the same time, indebtedness introduced long-term obligations that shaped behavior. The reason credit exerts such influence is that it links future labor to present decisions. Defaults carried legal and social penalties. This embedded power relations within monetary systems. Creditors gained leverage, while debtors absorbed risk. Paper money facilitated these arrangements by standardizing units of account and payment. The mechanism worked through legal enforcement as much as economic incentive. Over time, norms developed around acceptable leverage and repayment. These norms varied across societies, reflecting cultural and institutional differences. Money thus functioned not only as a medium of exchange, but as a framework structuring social relations. By the late 20th century, paper money itself had become secondary to credit-based records in many economies. Cash remained important, but most value moved through digital ledgers maintained by banks and payment networks. This represented a continuation rather than a rupture. The same principles of deferred settlement, trust, and institutional backing applied. What changed was speed and scale. Transactions cleared almost instantly, compressing time horizons. This increased efficiency while amplifying systemic interdependence. Small disruptions could propagate rapidly. Monetary authority increasingly focused on maintaining confidence across interconnected systems. Paper money persisted as a visible symbol of value, even as its role diminished. Credit and accounting structures carry the bulk of economic coordination, steadily shaping how societies organized exchange, obligation, and continuity within an abstract yet deeply social monetary order. As paper money and credit systems matured, their stability increasingly depended on central banks rather than commercial institutions alone. Central banks assumed responsibility for issuing base currency, managing reserves, and stabilizing interbank settlement. Their role was not merely technical. It was deeply social, rooted in the need to coordinate expectations across the entire economy. When confidence weakened, central banks intervened to reassure participants that obligations would be honored. This reassurance often mattered more than the scale of intervention itself. The presence of an authority capable of creating liquidity altered behavior in advance of crises. Banks adjusted risk knowing support existed under defined conditions. The monetary system thus became reflexive. Expectations of intervention shaped actions that reduced the need for intervention. Paper money functioned as the visible anchor, while credit expanded around it under institutional oversight. Monetary stability became an ongoing process rather than a fixed achievement. The mechanism through which central banks influenced credit conditions operated primarily through interest rates and reserve management. By adjusting policy rates, central banks affected borrowing costs across the economy. This worked because most credit contracts referenced short-term benchmarks either directly or indirectly. Lower rates encouraged borrowing and investment. Higher rates restrained expansion and reduced leverage. The reason this mechanism proved effective was its integration into financial expectations. Market participants anticipated policy moves and adjusted behavior accordingly. Reserve operations reinforced this influence by ensuring banks could meet payment obligations. The mechanism did not eliminate risk. Instead, it shaped its distribution and timing. Credit cycles persisted, but their extremes were moderated under effective governance. Paper money remained stable because its supply was controlled within this broader framework. Monetary authority thus operated through signaling, incentives, and coordination rather than direct command. Historically, the 20th century marked a decisive shift away from metal-backed currencies toward fully fiat systems. By the early 1930s, many countries suspended gold convertibility under economic strain. At the time, rigid standards constrained responses to deflation and banking collapse. Following the Second World War, international arrangements attempted to balance stability with flexibility. By 1971, the final link between major currencies and gold was severed. Paper money became backed solely by state authority and institutional credibility. This transition did not render money arbitrary. It redefined its foundation. Value rested on taxation capacity, legal enforcement, and economic productivity. Historical evidence shows that fiat systems functioned effectively where governance remained credible. Failures correlated with political instability rather than abstraction itself. The shift to fiat completed the transformation of money into a managed social institution. According to monetary research, the credibility of central banks became a central determinant of economic stability. Studies show that transparent policy frameworks reduced inflation volatility over time. According to comparative analyses, independent central banks were better able to maintain price stability without sacrificing growth. This credibility worked by anchoring expectations. When households and firms believed inflation would remain controlled, wage and price setting adjusted accordingly. The result was self-reinforcing stability. Citation surveys indicate that loss of credibility led to rapid deterioration in monetary conditions. Inflation accelerated when trust weakened. These findings underscore the social dimension of fiat money. Its value depended not on scarcity, but on shared belief in institutional discipline. According to policy histories, rebuilding credibility after breakdown required sustained reform and restraint. Trust once lost proved difficult to restore. As credit deepened under fiat regimes, financial innovation accelerated. New instruments extended borrowing capacity and redistributed risk across markets. Securitization, derivatives, and shadow banking expanded credit beyond traditional balance sheets. The mechanism behind this expansion was fragmentation. Risks were sliced, packaged, and sold, obscuring their origin. This worked during periods of stability because defaults remained isolated. When correlations increased, hidden connections surfaced. The reason crises emerged was not excessive complexity alone, but misaligned incentives. Participants underestimated systemic exposure. Paper money remained stable, but credit structures above it destabilized. Central banks intervened again, providing liquidity and absorbing losses indirectly. These interventions preserved monetary continuity at significant political cost. The episode revealed how deeply credit systems had outgrown their original institutional boundaries. The social consequences of repeated intervention reshaped perceptions of money and responsibility. Support for financial institutions raised questions about fairness and moral hazard. Households experienced stagnation while asset values recovered quickly. Credit allocation increasingly influenced inequality. The reason these outcomes mattered monetarily was that legitimacy became contested. Monetary systems require consent as well as compliance. When outcomes appeared disconnected from effort or contribution, trust eroded. Paper money continued to circulate, but its symbolic neutrality weakened. The mechanism sustaining acceptance shifted toward necessity rather than confidence. People used money because alternatives were absent. This condition remained stable but fragile. Monetary authority faced the challenge of preserving functionality while addressing distributional tensions embedded within credit systems. As economies moved further into digital coordination, paper money receded into a supporting role. Its presence remained important as a fallback and symbol of sovereignty. Yet most transactions occurred within electronic credit systems governed by rules, protocols, and institutions. This represented the culmination of a long transformation. Money had evolved from material object to abstract claim to managed expectation. Paper currency marked an intermediate stage rather than an endpoint. The social system of money now operated continuously, adapting through policy, behavior, and belief. Its stability depended on alignment between authority, institutions, and lived experience. As credit structures continued to expand and recombine, monetary systems carried forward this accumulated complexity, sustaining exchange through trust, enforcement, and shared acceptance as economic life moved onward without a fixed foundation. Monetary standardization emerged not as a single reform, but as a gradual alignment of practices that reduced uncertainty across widening economic spaces. As trade networks expanded beyond local familiarity, variation in weights, measures, and media of exchange created friction that slowed transactions and invited dispute. Coins of similar appearance could differ in metal content, while units of account carried different meanings from one region to another. These inconsistencies imposed cognitive and administrative costs on exchange, requiring constant verification. Over time, communities that converged on shared monetary conventions gained advantages in speed and reliability. Standardization functioned as a form of social compression, collapsing diverse practices into fewer accepted forms. This compression did not eliminate difference entirely, but it made difference manageable. What mattered was not uniformity for its own sake, but predictability across distance and time. Monetary systems began to favor repeatability, allowing prices, wages, and debts to be compared without renegotiation at every encounter. In this way, standardization supported the scaling of markets beyond personal trust. The mechanism driving monetary standardization rested on coordination rather than coercion alone. The reason shared standards persisted was that they simplified collective action across many independent actors. When traders, employers, and governments referenced the same units, they reduced the need for translation between systems. This works because exchange depends on expectations that others will accept the same terms tomorrow as they do today. Standard units stabilized those expectations by anchoring value to publicly recognized benchmarks. Over time, these benchmarks became embedded in contracts, accounting practices, and legal codes. Deviation carried costs, while compliance offered access to wider networks. Even where multiple standards coexisted, dominance tended to accrue to those linked to political authority or commercial hubs. The mechanism reinforced itself as adoption increased, since the usefulness of a standard rose with the number of users. Standardization thus reflected network effects more than abstract rationality. By the late medieval period, pressures towards standardization intensified across Eurasia. By the 14th century, European polities increasingly issued coinage with regulated weights and purities. At the time, urbanization and long-distance trade demanded reliable payment instruments that could circulate beyond city walls. Italian city-states published mint ordinances specifying metal content, while merchant manuals documented exchange rates between units. In China, imperial administrations enforced standardized copper coinage and accounting units to support tax collection. According to surviving records, these systems were periodically recalibrated to address debasement or shortage. The spread of standardized silver in the 16th century further aligned distant markets. These developments did not erase regional variation, but they narrowed tolerances. Standardization advanced unevenly, responding to fiscal needs, military financing, and commercial density rather than ideology. According to economic historians, monetary standardization altered social relationships as much as economic ones. Studies show that standardized money reduced dependence on personal reputation by allowing impersonal settlement. According to archival evidence, wage labor expanded where payment units were stable and widely accepted. This stability enabled contracts to extend over longer horizons, supporting credit arrangements and deferred payment. According to legal scholars, standardized units also simplified adjudication by providing courts with shared reference points. These changes redistributed power toward institutions capable of defining and enforcing standards. While households continued to negotiate informally, larger organizations increasingly relied on standardized accounts. According to comparative studies, regions with fragmented monetary systems faced higher transaction costs and slower market integration. The evidence suggests that standardization functioned as infrastructure rather than mere convention. As monetary standards consolidated, they became tools of governance as well as commerce. The mechanism here involved linking currency uniformity to administrative reach. Governments used standardized units to assess taxes, pay soldiers, and manage public debt. This works because fiscal systems require aggregation, and aggregation depends on commensurability. When revenues and expenditures shared a unit, states could plan and project resources more effectively. Over time, standardization aligned economic rhythms with political calendars, such as tax cycles and budget years. Compliance signaled participation in the polity, while refusal marked exclusion. Yet enforcement relied as much on incentives as penalties. Access to official markets, courts, and contracts encouraged adoption. Standardization thus bound economic participation to institutional recognition, reinforcing state authority through everyday transactions. By the 18th century, monetary standardization entered a new phase tied to industrialization. By this period, national governments increasingly replaced local coinages with centralized issues. At the time, expanding internal markets demanded consistency across regions previously separated by custom. Britain's consolidation of sterling units supported nationwide pricing and wage setting. In France, revolutionary reforms explicitly sought to unify measures and currency as symbols of citizenship. According to contemporary accounts, these reforms aimed to eliminate privilege embedded in localized systems. Standardization also facilitated mass production by stabilizing cost calculations. While resistance persisted in rural areas, industrial centers adopted standardized money rapidly. The historical pattern shows that economic transformation and monetary alignment advanced together, each reinforcing the other. According to monetary sociology, standardization reshaped perceptions of value itself. Studies show that repeated use of uniform units encouraged abstraction, separating value from specific goods. According to psychological research, standardized pricing made comparison habitual, training individuals to evaluate choices numerically. This abstraction supported the growth of markets where goods differed widely in form but shared price scales. According to institutional analyses, standardized money also supported financial innovation by enabling aggregation of claims. Bonds, shares, and insurance contracts relied on consistent units to pool risk. These developments extended monetary logic into new domains of life. Standardization thus acted as a cognitive as well as technical process, reorganizing how value was perceived and managed. Despite its benefits, monetary standardization introduced vulnerabilities that accumulated over time. The mechanism involved concentration of trust in fewer reference points. When standards functioned smoothly, they faded into the background of daily life. This works because reliability reduces attention, allowing systems to operate quietly. However, failures became systemic rather than local. Disruptions to standardized currency affected entire economies simultaneously. Dependence on uniform units amplified the impact of shortages, debasement, or mismanagement. Yet the momentum toward standardization continued, driven by scale and coordination needs. As monetary systems grew more uniform, they also grew more interconnected, carrying forward tensions that would later surface as economies expanded further and monetary authority became increasingly centralized across borders and institutions. As monetary standards hardened, they began to shape economic behavior through routines rather than explicit instruction. Daily transactions repeated the same units, reinforcing habits of calculation that favored consistency over negotiation. Prices posted in standardized currency reduced the need for conversation, while wages expressed in fixed units stabilized expectations on both sides of labor exchange. Over time, these routines accumulated into shared assumptions about what money was and how it should behave. Stability became a baseline rather than an achievement. Deviation from the standard appeared as error, fraud, or crisis. This normalization masked the historical contingency of the system. Monetary standardization thus embedded itself into social life by becoming invisible. The more seamlessly standards functioned, the less they were perceived as constructed. Their authority rested on repetition rather than persuasion, sustained by countless ordinary acts that reaffirmed the same units day after day. The mechanism by which standardization disciplined behavior relied on feedback loops between accounting and action. The reason standardized units shaped decisions was that they structured how outcomes were recorded and evaluated. This works because actors respond to measured results, and measurement depends on consistent units. Profits, losses, and costs became legible only within standardized frameworks. Over time, strategies optimized around those metrics rather than underlying material conditions. Accounting practices reinforced this process by privileging standardized values in balance sheets and reports. Deviations that could not be expressed cleanly in the unit were often ignored or discounted. The mechanism thus favored activities that aligned with the monetary standard. What could be counted reliably gained prominence. What resisted standardization receded from formal consideration, even if socially significant. By the 19th century, the link between standardization and national integration became increasingly explicit. By the mid-1800s, many states had adopted uniform currencies as part of broader administrative reforms. At the time, railways, postal systems, and national markets demanded coordination across space. Monetary uniformity complemented standardized timekeeping and measurement systems. According to government records, tax collection and public accounting improved following currency consolidation. These reforms often displaced local media of exchange that had persisted for generations. Resistance surfaced where communities perceived loss of autonomy. Nonetheless, standardized national currencies spread rapidly as states extended their reach. The historical pattern shows that monetary standardization was rarely isolated. It moved alongside infrastructural and bureaucratic expansion. According to economic studies, standardized money altered market structure by lowering barriers to entry. Studies show that consistent pricing enabled comparison across sellers, intensifying competition. According to archival data, markets with standardized currencies exhibited narrower price dispersion. This convergence reflected both increased information flow and reduced negotiation costs. According to sociological research, small producers faced pressure to conform to standardized pricing norms. Those unable to align were often marginalized. At the same time, consumers gained leverage through clearer benchmarks. Standardization thus redistributed power unevenly, favoring scale and efficiency. The evidence suggests that while markets expanded, diversity of practice narrowed. Monetary uniformity facilitated integration but constrained variation as standards extended internationally, coordination challenges multiplied. The mechanism involved aligning national systems to facilitate cross-border settlement. This works because international trade requires commensurable units for pricing and payment. Exchange rates became the interface between distinct standards, translating one unit into another. Over time, efforts emerged to reduce volatility and uncertainty in these translations. Gold and silver standards functioned as reference points anchoring multiple currencies. Participation signaled credibility and discipline. However, adherence constrained domestic policy choices. The mechanism thus traded flexibility for predictability. States accepted limits on monetary discretion to gain access to wider networks of exchange and finance. By the early 20th century, attempts at global monetary standardization intensified. By 1900, most industrial economies had linked their currencies to gold at fixed rates. At the time, this arrangement promised stability for expanding trade and investment. According to contemporary observers, fixed parities reduced exchange risk and encouraged capital flows. Yet the system depended on disciplined fiscal and monetary behavior. Shocks such as war strained these commitments. Suspension of convertibility revealed the fragility beneath apparent uniformity. After World War I, efforts to restore the system faced uneven success. The historical record shows that global standards amplified both coordination and vulnerability. According to institutional analysis, standardized money reshaped governance beyond the state. Studies show that banks, clearinghouses, and exchanges relied on uniform units to coordinate activity. According to regulatory histories, standardized accounting underpinned supervision and risk assessment. These institutions acted as intermediaries translating standards into operational rules. Their authority derived from technical expertise rather than political mandate. Over time, governance diffused across networks anchored by standardized money. Decisions about liquidity, settlement, and credit increasingly occurred within institutional frameworks. This shift altered accountability structures. Power moved toward those who managed standards rather than those who merely used them. As monetary standardization deepened, its effects extended into everyday perception and expectation. The mechanism involved internalization of uniform metrics as natural descriptors of value. This works because repeated exposure trains cognition. Individuals learn to think in standardized units, organizing plans and aspirations accordingly. Long-term commitments such as mortgages and pensions relied on assumed stability of the unit. Trust migrated from personal relationships to abstract systems. Yet this trust remained conditional on continued performance. When standards faltered, confidence eroded rapidly. The accumulation of dependence created latent fragility, as societies increasingly organized economic life around assumptions that would later be tested under conditions of strain and transformation. As monetary systems encountered pressures that exceeded the capacity of established standards to absorb without adjustment. As monetary standards matured, they increasingly defined the boundaries within which economic adjustment could occur. Standardized units stabilized expectations, but they also fixed reference points that constrained response. Prices, wages, and debts became anchored to units assumed to retain meaning over time. This anchoring reduced ambiguity but limited flexibility. When conditions shifted, adjustment required changes within the framework rather than outside it. Negotiation gave way to recalibration. Monetary standardization thus transformed adaptation from a social process into a technical one. Institutions adjusted rates, supplies, or rules instead of renegotiating relationships directly. This shift altered how societies experienced economic stress. Disruption appeared as malfunction rather than disagreement. The language of imbalance replaced that of conflict. Standardization reframed instability as deviation from an expected norm, reinforcing the idea that the system itself remained fundamentally sound even when outcomes deteriorated. The mechanism underlying this rigidity involved temporal coordination. The reason standardized money constrained adjustment was that it synchronized obligations across time. This works because debts, contracts, and savings assume continuity of the unit. When many actors rely on the same temporal assumptions, change becomes difficult to localize. Attempts to alter standards affect all participants simultaneously. Incremental variation becomes costly, while sudden shifts carry systemic risk. As a result, authorities favored preservation of the standard even under strain. Policies aimed to restore alignment rather than redefine it. The mechanism privileged stability over responsiveness. Over time, this bias shaped institutional behavior, encouraging delay and gradualism. Adjustment lagged behind reality, accumulating pressure within standardized frameworks. The longer standards persisted unchanged, the greater the consequences of eventual modification. By the mid-20th century, these dynamics became visible at scale. By 1944, the Bretton Woods system formalized a framework of standardized exchange rates anchored to the US dollar. At the time, policymakers sought to balance stability with limited flexibility. According to conference records, adjustable pegs were intended to prevent persistent misalignment. In practice, political considerations often delayed adjustment. As global trade expanded, pressures on fixed relationships intensified. By the late 1960s, imbalances accumulated across participating economies. The eventual collapse of the system in 1971 marked a turning point. Standardization had enabled post-war expansion, but it also magnified tensions. The historical episode illustrates how shared standards can both coordinate growth and concentrate strain within a single architecture. According to monetary historians, the transition away from fixed standards did not reverse standardization itself. Studies show that floating exchange rates preserved standardized units while altering their relationships. According to policy analyses, domestic currencies remained internally standardized even as external values fluctuated. This maintained continuity in accounting, taxation, and contracts. The change shifted volatility outward rather than eliminating it. Financial markets absorbed adjustment through price movement instead of administrative decision. According to institutional research, this increased reliance on market mechanisms to manage coordination. The evidence suggests that standardization adapted rather than retreated. Uniform units persisted as the foundation of economic calculation, even as their connections grew more complex and dynamic. As finance expanded, monetary standardization extended deeper into abstract domains. The mechanism involved layering standardized units onto increasingly complex instruments. This works because derivatives, securities, and payment systems require consistent units to function. Standardization enabled rapid settlement across vast networks. Clearing systems reconciled millions of transactions using shared benchmarks. Over time, speed and volume increased dependence on technical precision. Minor discrepancies could cascade through interconnected systems. Standardization thus amplified both efficiency and exposure. The abstraction of money intensified as digital records replaced physical tokens. Value circulated as data anchored to standardized units. The social distance between exchange and material production widened, altering how risk and responsibility were perceived. By the early 21st century, debates over monetary standardization resurfaced in new forms. By this period, supranational currencies and payment infrastructures challenged national boundaries. At the time, proponents argued that shared standards reduced friction and enhanced integration. Critics pointed to loss of policy autonomy and uneven adjustment burdens. According to economic assessments, regions sharing currency faced asymmetric shocks. Adjustment relied on internal flexibility rather than exchange movement. Historical comparisons highlighted the importance of fiscal coordination alongside monetary uniformity. The experience demonstrated that standardization without complementary institutions intensified strain. The pattern repeated earlier dynamics at a larger scale. Shared units coordinated activity but redistributed risk unevenly across participants. According to sociological analysis, standardized money continued to shape expectations about fairness and obligation. Studies show that uniform units create perceptions of equivalence even where conditions differ. According to labor research, standardized wages obscured variations in cost of living and bargaining power. This abstraction simplified administration but masked inequality. Standardization also influenced moral judgments, framing outcomes as neutral results of calculation. Responsibility shifted from relationships to systems. According to cultural studies, this reinforced narratives of inevitability in economic life. Decisions appeared constrained by standards rather than chosen. The evidence suggests that monetary standardization shaped not only transactions but interpretations of justice and accountability. As monetary systems grew more complex, standardization remained both indispensable and contested. The mechanism of shared units continued to enable coordination across scale. This works because modern economies depend on rapid, predictable settlement. Yet dependence deepened vulnerability to disruption. When confidence in standards weakened, effects spread quickly. Efforts to reform standards faced resistance rooted in accumulated reliance. Monetary standardization thus carried forward unresolved tension between stability and adaptability. The system's strength lay in its capacity to align diverse actors, while its fragility stemmed from concentration of trust. As economies evolved, these characteristics persisted, shaping the conditions under which future transformations would unfold without fully resolving the contradictions embedded within standardized money. Industrial economies altered the social role of money by binding it tightly to production, wages, and time. As factories expanded and labor shifted from household and guild structures into centralized workplaces, money became the primary medium through which effort was measured and rewarded. Payment was no longer episodic or symbolic, but regularized and quantified. Wages translated hours into currency, creating a direct connection between time and monetary value. This connection reshaped daily life, as schedules, clocks, and payrolls imposed shared rhythms across populations. Money functioned less as a store of prestige or ritual obligation and more as a circulating claim on industrial output. The scale of exchange expanded dramatically as goods were produced for anonymous markets rather than known communities. Under these conditions, money became the coordinating signal that aligned millions of workers, firms, and consumers. Its reliability mattered because livelihoods depended on predictable conversion between labor and subsistence. The industrial system required money to be stable, divisible, and widely accepted, embedding it deeply into social expectations and institutional design. The mechanism linking money to industrial production relied on standardization across processes and payments. Machines required uniform inputs, and wages required uniform units of account. This worked because money provided a common denominator across diverse forms of labor and output. Tasks that differed in skill, effort, or danger could be compared through pay scales and rates. The reason this comparison held was institutional enforcement, not intrinsic equivalence. Employers, unions, and states negotiated frameworks that stabilized wages within ranges deemed acceptable. Money thus mediated power relations by formalizing what work was worth in numeric terms. This mechanism reduced ambiguity but also masked qualitative differences in labor experience. It enabled large organizations to budget, plan, and expand without direct knowledge of individual workers. At the same time, it exposed workers to abstract market forces transmitted through wages. Fluctuations in demand appeared as hiring, layoffs, or pay changes rather than direct negotiations. Money served as the interface translating industrial volatility into household consequences. By the mid-19th century, industrial economies required expanded monetary infrastructures to function. By 1850, Britain had developed nationwide banking networks capable of clearing payments across regions. At the time, industrial cities depended on weekly wage disbursements involving enormous cash flows. Railways and telegraphs accelerated settlement, allowing money to move alongside goods and information. In the United States, the National Banking Acts of the 1860s created a more uniform currency to support industrial growth. These reforms responded to the need for trust at scale, as fragmented currencies disrupted trade and payrolls. Industrialization increased both the volume and velocity of money in circulation. According to economic historians, the monetary base expanded in parallel with factory output and urbanization. Gold standards were adopted or reinforced to anchor confidence amid rapid change. Money became a public utility for industrial coordination rather than a local custom. According to contemporary accounts, wage labor transformed social identity as much as economic structure. Studies show that regular monetary income altered family organization, consumption patterns, and migration decisions. Money enabled workers to detach survival from land ownership or kin networks. This detachment increased mobility, allowing labor to follow industrial demand. According to social surveys from the late 19th century, cash wages encouraged budgeting and saving practices previously unnecessary. At the same time, dependence on money heightened vulnerability to unemployment and price shocks. Studies show that industrial downturns translated quickly into social distress because income streams were narrowly defined. Money intensified the link between macroeconomic cycles and personal stability. According to reformers of the era, this exposure justified new social protections. Insurance, pensions, and minimum wages emerged as responses to monetary dependence. Money thus drove both industrial expansion and the institutional safety nets that followed. As industrial firms grew, money also became central to internal organization and control. Accounting systems translated physical processes into monetary terms for oversight. The mechanism involved converting raw materials, labor hours, and machine use into costs. This worked because money provided a standardized metric for comparison across departments and time periods. Managers relied on these figures to allocate resources and evaluate performance. The reason monetary accounting dominated was its compatibility with external markets and investors. Firms needed to present results in financial terms to secure capital. Money linked internal production to external expectations of profitability. This linkage encouraged efficiency but narrowed definitions of success. Activities difficult to monetize received less attention or investment. Money therefore shaped not only exchange but perception within industrial institutions. It framed decisions in terms of returns, margins, and growth trajectories. By the early 20th century, industrial economies increasingly coordinated through national monetary policy. By 1913, the United States established the Federal Reserve to stabilize banking and credit. At the time, recurring financial panics disrupted industrial output and employment. Central banks emerged to manage liquidity and act as lenders of last resort. According to monetary historians, these institutions reflected the systemic importance of money to industrial stability. Interest rates became tools for influencing investment and production. Money was no longer neutral, but actively managed to shape economic outcomes. Industrial cycles prompted debates over inflation, wages, and employment. By the 1930s, mass unemployment demonstrated how monetary contraction could paralyze production. Money policy became inseparable from social welfare in industrial societies. The social meaning of money in industrial economies rested on its perceived objectivity. According to sociological studies, monetary measures appeared impartial even when outcomes were unequal. This appearance worked because numbers conveyed neutrality. The mechanism obscured negotiation and power behind wage setting and pricing. As a result, conflicts were reframed as market outcomes rather than social decisions. Money disciplined expectations by presenting limits as external facts. Workers adjusted aspirations to wages, while firms adjusted plans to costs. This mutual adjustment stabilized industrial systems but constrained imagination. Money defined what seemed feasible within existing structures. Over time, these definitions hardened into norms. Industrial societies learned to interpret well-being, success, and progress through monetary indicators, and the system moved forward, carrying these assumptions into the next phase of monetary evolution. As industrial economies matured, money increasingly organized consumption as systematically as it organized production. Mass manufacturing produced standardized goods in volumes that exceeded local demand, requiring expansive consumer markets. Money enabled this expansion by allowing purchasing power to be distributed broadly through wages and credit. Households encountered money daily not only as income but as a planning tool. Budgets translated future needs into present constraints. Consumption choices became exercises in allocation rather than improvisation. Retail prices communicated scarcity and abundance without personal negotiation. This abstraction allowed consumers to participate in markets far removed from production sites. Money linked factory output to household decision-making through price signals. Over time, consumer behavior stabilized around monetary expectations rather than direct need. Industrial economies relied on predictable spending patterns to sustain output. Money thus synchronized production schedules with consumption rhythms across entire populations. The mechanism connecting money to mass consumption depended on price standardization and retail infrastructure. This worked because identical goods carried identical prices across locations. Department stores and catalogs reinforced this uniformity by presenting fixed prices as norms. The reason this mattered was scale. Producers could forecast demand when prices were stable and widely understood. Consumers could compare options quickly without social negotiation. Money simplified exchange by compressing diverse values into numeric form. This compression reduced friction but also reduced context. Quality, durability, and labor conditions were not visible in prices. Money transmitted only what markets encoded. As a result, consumption decisions favored affordability and availability. The mechanism rewarded efficiency over craftsmanship. Industrial economies accepted this trade-off as necessary for volume and accessibility. Money became the language through which industrial abundance was distributed. By the late 19th century, consumer credit expanded alongside industrial output. By 1890, installment plans allowed households to purchase durable goods before accumulating savings. At the time, appliances and furniture symbolized industrial progress but exceeded weekly wages. Credit bridged this gap by converting future income into present purchasing power. According to economic records, retailers increasingly managed their own financing arms. This integration blurred the boundary between money, goods, and time. Credit normalized debt as a household condition. By the early 20th century, mail-order firms extended credit across rural areas, deepening market reach. Industrial economies relied on this expansion to absorb output. According to historians, consumer credit stabilized demand during growth periods. It also amplified vulnerability during downturns. Money now linked households to industrial cycles through both wages and obligations. According to social surveys, the spread of monetary consumption altered class identity. Studies show that access to consumer goods became markers of participation in industrial society. Money enabled differentiation through purchasing rather than inheritance alone. According to observers, wage earners evaluated progress through material acquisition. This evaluation reinforced the centrality of money to social status. Consumption patterns signaled belonging and aspiration. Studies show that advertising intensified this signaling by associating goods with lifestyles. Money mediated these associations by making desire calculable. At the same time, limited income constrained participation. Inequality appeared not only in earnings but in visible consumption. According to reformers, this visibility sharpened social tension. Money thus shaped perception of fairness and exclusion within industrial economies. Industrial states increasingly intervened to manage the social consequences of monetary consumption. The mechanism involved taxation, public spending, and regulation. This worked because states could redirect monetary flows at scale. Sales taxes and excise duties shaped prices and consumption behavior. Public utilities reduced household dependence on private markets. The reason for intervention lay in stability. Unchecked consumption cycles produced booms and busts that threatened employment. States sought to smooth these cycles by influencing purchasing power. Money became an instrument of policy rather than a passive medium. Governments measured economic health through consumption indicators. Industrial societies accepted state involvement as necessary for coordination. Money thus linked private spending to collective outcomes. By the mid-20th century, mass consumption became central to industrial economic identity. By 1950, household appliances and automobiles defined post-war prosperity in many countries. At the time, industrial capacity exceeded wartime needs. Sustaining employment required robust consumer demand. Monetary policy supported this demand through income growth and credit availability. According to post-war planners, consumption stabilized industrial systems. Wages, prices, and productivity were aligned through negotiated frameworks. Money facilitated this alignment by providing measurable targets. Inflation became a managed risk rather than an accident. By the 1960s, consumer spending accounted for the majority of economic activity in industrial nations. Money now circulated primarily through households rather than firms. This circulation reinforced consumption as a social norm. The social discipline of money in consumption operated through expectation rather than coercion. According to sociological analysis, prices framed what households considered reasonable. The mechanism worked because repeated exposure normalized monetary thresholds. People adjusted desires to budgets over time. This adjustment reduced conflict by internalizing limits. Money presented constraints as personal responsibility rather than collective choice. Consumption failures appeared as individual shortcomings. This framing obscured structural factors affecting income and prices. Industrial economies relied on this internalization to maintain order. Money shaped not only what people bought but how they interpreted their position. It aligned private behavior with industrial requirements. Consumption became both an economic function and a social duty. As industrial consumption expanded, money carried these norms forward without pause. Goods moved faster, credit widened access, and prices guided behavior silently. The system depended on continuity rather than reflection. Money flowed through households, firms, and states, binding them into a shared rhythm. Industrial economies advanced by reinforcing this rhythm daily. Each transaction affirmed the structure. Each payment reproduced expectations. The social system of money persisted through repetition. Its role in consumption was no longer questioned. It became the background against which industrial life unfolded, preparing the ground for further transformations as production, finance, and technology continued to reshape how money functioned within modern societies. Industrial economies altered the social role of money by binding it tightly to production, wages, and time. As factories expanded and labor shifted from household and guild structures into centralized workplaces, money became the primary medium through which effort was measured and rewarded. Payment was no longer episodic or symbolic, but regularized and quantified. Wages translated hours into currency, creating a direct connection between time and monetary value. This connection reshaped daily life, as schedules, clocks, and payrolls imposed shared rhythms across populations. Money functioned less as a store of prestige or ritual obligation and more as a circulating claim on industrial output. The scale of exchange expanded dramatically as goods were produced for anonymous markets rather than known communities. Under these conditions, money became the coordinating signal that aligned millions of workers, firms, and consumers. Its reliability mattered because livelihoods depended on predictable conversion between labor and subsistence. The industrial system required money to be stable, divisible, and widely accepted, embedding it deeply into social expectations and institutional design. The mechanism linking money to industrial production relied on standardization across processes and payments. Machines required uniform inputs, and wages required uniform units of account. This worked because money provided a common denominator across diverse forms of labor and output. Tasks that differed in skill, effort, or danger could be compared through pay scales and rates. The reason this comparison held was institutional enforcement, not intrinsic equivalence. Employers, unions, and states negotiated frameworks that stabilized wages within ranges deemed acceptable. Money thus mediated power relations by formalizing what work was worth in numeric terms. This mechanism reduced ambiguity but also masked qualitative differences in labor experience. It enabled large organizations to budget, plan, and expand without direct knowledge of individual workers. At the same time, it exposed workers to abstract market forces transmitted through wages. Fluctuations in demand appeared as hiring, layoffs, or pay changes rather than direct negotiations. Money served as the interface translating industrial volatility into household consequences. By the mid-19th century, industrial economies required expanded monetary infrastructures to function. By 1850, Britain had developed nationwide banking networks capable of clearing payments across regions. At the time, industrial cities depended on weekly wage disbursements involving enormous cash flows. Railways and telegraphs accelerated settlement, allowing money to move alongside goods and information. In the United States, the National Banking Acts of the 1860s created a more uniform currency to support industrial growth. These reforms responded to the need for trust at scale, as fragmented currencies disrupted trade and payrolls. Industrialization increased both the volume and velocity of money in circulation. According to economic historians, the monetary base expanded in parallel with factory output and urbanization. Gold standards were adopted or reinforced to anchor confidence amid rapid change. Money became a public utility for industrial coordination rather than a local custom. According to contemporary accounts, wage labor transformed social identity as much as economic structure. Studies show that regular monetary income altered family organization, consumption patterns, and migration decisions. Money enabled workers to detach survival from land ownership or kin networks. This detachment increased mobility, allowing labor to follow industrial demand. According to social surveys from the late 19th century, Cash wages encouraged budgeting and saving practices previously unnecessary. At the same time, dependence on money heightened vulnerability to unemployment and price shocks. Studies show that industrial downturns translated quickly into social distress because income streams were narrowly defined. Money intensified the link between macroeconomic cycles and personal stability. According to reformers of the era, this exposure justified new social protections. Insurance, pensions, and minimum wages emerged as responses to monetary dependence. Money thus drove both industrial expansion and the institutional safety nets that followed. As industrial firms grew, money also became central to internal organization and control. Accounting systems translated physical processes into monetary terms for oversight. The mechanism involved converting raw materials, labor hours, and machine use into costs. This worked because money provided a standardized metric for comparison across departments and time periods. Managers relied on these figures to allocate resources and evaluate performance. The reason monetary accounting dominated was its compatibility with external markets and investors. Firms needed to present results in financial terms to secure capital. Money linked internal production to external expectations of profitability. This linkage encouraged efficiency but narrowed definitions of success. Activities difficult to monetize received less attention or investment. Money therefore shaped not only exchange but perception within industrial institutions. It framed decisions in terms of returns, margins, and growth trajectories. By the early 20th century, industrial economies increasingly coordinated through national monetary policy. By 1913, the United States established the Federal Reserve to stabilize banking and credit. At the time, recurring financial panics disrupted industrial output and employment. Central banks emerged to manage liquidity and act as lenders of last resort. According to monetary historians, these institutions reflected the systemic importance of money to industrial stability. Interest rates became tools for influencing investment and production. Money was no longer neutral, but actively managed to shape economic outcomes. Industrial cycles prompted debates over inflation, wages, and employment. By the 1930s, mass unemployment demonstrated how monetary contraction could paralyze production. Money policy became inseparable from social welfare in industrial societies. The social meaning of money in industrial economies rested on its perceived objectivity. According to sociological studies, monetary measures appeared impartial even when outcomes were unequal. This appearance worked because numbers conveyed neutrality. The mechanism obscured negotiation and power behind wage setting and pricing. As a result, conflicts were reframed as market outcomes rather than social decisions. Money disciplined expectations by presenting limits as external facts. Workers adjusted aspirations to wages, while firms adjusted plans to costs. This mutual adjustment stabilized industrial systems but constrained imagination. Money defined what seemed feasible within existing structures. Over time, these definitions hardened into norms. Industrial societies learned to interpret well-being, success, and progress through monetary indicators, and the system moved forward, carrying these assumptions into the next phase of monetary evolution. Authority, financial institutions, and international coordination produced a layered monetary order that extended beyond any single economy. That order did not settle into a stable endpoint. Instead, it hardened into infrastructure. Modern money now operates less as an object exchanged and more as a system maintained. Payments clear through networks rather than hands. Value is recorded, verified, and transferred across databases governed by rules that are rarely visible to users. The experience of money has become immediate and abstract at the same time. transactions appear instantaneous, yet rely on slow, deeply institutional processes beneath the surface. This dual character defines modern monetary infrastructure. It is engineered to feel effortless while remaining highly managed. The chapter begins where money ceases to be primarily symbolic or physical and becomes operational. What matters here is not what money represents, but how it moves, who authorizes that movement, and how continuity is preserved when scale, speed, and complexity increase. Modern monetary infrastructure rests on payment systems that coordinate trust across millions of participants simultaneously. Retail transactions flow through clearinghouses, card networks, and settlement systems that reconcile obligations in batches rather than individually. Wholesale transactions move through real-time gross settlement platforms operated by central banks. The mechanism is separation. Authorization, clearing, and settlement occur in distinct stages, often handled by different institutions. This works because each layer reduces risk for the next. Authorization confirms identity and intent. Clearing nets obligations to limit exposure. Settlement finalizes transfers in central bank money. The user experiences a single action, but the system processes a sequence. This design allows volume to grow without proportional increases in fragility. Failures can be isolated, reversed, or absorbed. The reason modern economies tolerate high transaction velocity is not speed alone, but redundancy. Infrastructure absorbs errors so that confidence remains intact even when individual components fail. By the late 20th century, electronic payment systems had displaced cash for most high-value and remote transactions. In the United States, the automated clearinghouse expanded rapidly after the 1970s, enabling payroll, bill payments, and government transfers at national scale. At the time, banks coordinated standards through industry associations under regulatory oversight. Similar systems emerged elsewhere, often guided by central banks seeking reliability rather than innovation. By the 1990s, card networks linked consumers, merchants, issuers, and acquirers across borders. Settlement cycles shortened, but finality remained anchored to central bank reserves. These developments did not eliminate physical currency, but they reduced its role in everyday exchange. Money increasingly existed as ledger entries synchronized across institutions. The historical shift was gradual, but its effects were cumulative. Once payment systems became infrastructural, economic activity reorganized around their capacities and limits. According to central bank publications, settlement finality is the cornerstone of monetary infrastructure stability. Studies show that confidence depends less on transaction speed than on clarity about when obligations are irrevocably discharged. According to the Bank for International Settlements, systems that blur finality increase systemic risk even if they improve convenience. Regulatory frameworks therefore emphasize governance, access criteria, and operational resilience. According to payment system oversight reports, infrastructure must function through stress, outages, and shocks. This emphasis reflects lessons learned from past crises, where technical failures amplified financial panic. The citation literature consistently treats payment systems as public goods, regardless of private ownership. Their reliability underwrites market confidence broadly. As a result, oversight focuses on continuity rather than profitability. Infrastructure is judged by absence of disruption more than visible performance. Digital banking further altered the social experience of money without changing its institutional foundations. Online interfaces compress complex processes into simple actions. Balances update instantly, masking delays in settlement. Notifications replace receipts. This abstraction shifts attention away from the mechanisms that sustain value. The reason this abstraction works is institutional credibility. Users trust that numbers displayed correspond to enforceable claims. That trust is social before it is technical. It rests on law, supervision, and historical consistency. When digital channels expand access, they also extend dependency on infrastructure uptime. Outages become social events. Payment failures disrupt daily life quickly. Modern infrastructure therefore operates under expectations of permanence. The system is not merely a facilitator of exchange. It becomes part of social rhythm, structuring time, obligation, and coordination. By the early 2000s, cross-border payment systems revealed the limits of national infrastructures. Correspondent banking networks handled international transfers through layered accounts and message standards. At the time, settlement could take days, exposing parties to currency and counterparty risk. Efforts to standardize messaging, such as the widespread adoption of ISO formats, aimed to reduce friction without centralizing authority. These systems reflected geopolitical realities. Access mirrored diplomatic and regulatory alignment. The historical record shows that exclusion from payment networks functioned as economic pressure. Infrastructure became an instrument of policy. This dual use reinforced the political character of money systems. They mediated not only commerce, but power relationships among states. The mechanism linking infrastructure to monetary authority is reserve settlement. Commercial banks settle ultimate obligations in central bank money. This anchors private credit creation to a public balance sheet. The reason this matters is credibility. Central bank liabilities are widely accepted because they are enforceable and scarce. Infrastructure channels this credibility outward. Payment systems distribute trust from the center to the periphery. This works because participation requires compliance. Access is conditional on regulation, capitalization, and supervision. Infrastructure thus enforces discipline indirectly. It shapes behavior without direct intervention. Monetary control operates through architecture rather than commands. The design of systems constrains what is feasible, profitable, or safe. Policy becomes embedded in pipes as modern monetary infrastructure continues to thicken. Its visibility decreases even as its influence expands. New layers integrate seamlessly with existing systems, preserving continuity while absorbing innovation. The system prioritizes stability over novelty, even when interfaces suggest rapid change. This quiet persistence reflects accumulated decisions about risk, authority, and trust. Infrastructure evolves incrementally, carrying historical assumptions forward. The social system of money now depends less on belief in symbols and more on confidence in operations that few observe directly. That confidence holds as long as transfers complete, balances align, and disruptions remain temporary, allowing the architecture to extend further into everyday coordination, shaping how value circulates, how obligations are honored, and how continuity is maintained as complexity increases across economies and institutions. Modern monetary infrastructure is sustained not only by payment systems, but by accounting frameworks that define what money is at any moment in time. Balances displayed in bank accounts are not physical holdings but synchronized records of claims and liabilities. Each entry represents an obligation embedded within a wider balance sheet structure. This structure links households, firms, banks, and central banks through layered promises. The system functions because these promises are standardized, audited, and legally enforceable. The user sees a number, but the system sees a relationship. Money persists as long as these relationships remain coherent. When records align across institutions, value appears stable. When they diverge, confidence erodes. Infrastructure exists to prevent divergence from becoming visible or consequential. The mechanism that maintains coherence is reconciliation. Banks continuously compare internal ledgers with external settlement accounts. Discrepancies are identified, corrected, or escalated. This works because reconciliation is routine rather than exceptional. It is embedded into daily operations. The reason errors do not typically threaten the system is that they are small, frequent, and resolved quickly. Infrastructure is designed for constant adjustment. Rather than preventing mistakes entirely, it absorbs them. This tolerance allows scale to increase without proportional fragility. Monetary systems that demand perfection tend to fail under volume. Modern infrastructure assumes imperfection and manages it procedurally. Stability emerges from process rather than precision. By the mid-20th century, accounting standards had become integral to monetary governance. At the time, national regulators increasingly aligned reporting rules to enable supervision across institutions. Double-entry bookkeeping, already centuries old, was adapted to digital environments. By the 1980s, computerized core banking systems centralized ledger management within firms. This centralization reduced local discretion and increased consistency. Historical evidence shows that crises often followed periods of weak accounting discipline. As standards tightened, failures became less frequent but more systemic when they occurred. Infrastructure amplified both resilience and interconnectedness. The historical trajectory reveals a trade-off between local flexibility and system-wide coordination. According to financial stability assessments, transparency within institutions does not guarantee transparency across the system. Studies show that aggregate risk can build even when individual balance sheets appear sound. According to international regulatory bodies, infrastructure must therefore monitor flows, not just stocks. Payment data, settlement volumes, and liquidity usage provide early signals of stress. Citation literature emphasizes that modern monetary oversight relies on real-time information. Infrastructure generates data as a byproduct of operation. This data becomes a governance tool. Monitoring shifts from episodic audits to continuous surveillance. The system watches itself to remain credible. Liquidity infrastructure plays a central role in preserving confidence during stress. Central banks provide standing facilities that convert eligible assets into settlement balances. The mechanism is conditional access. Institutions can obtain liquidity, but only against approved collateral. This works because it balances flexibility with discipline. Liquidity support prevents payment gridlock without socializing losses indiscriminately. The reason such facilities matter is timing. Solvent institutions can fail if liquidity dries up temporarily. Infrastructure bridges time gaps between obligations and resources. By doing so, it stabilizes expectations. Participants continue transacting because they trust that settlement will complete. Liquidity infrastructure thus underwrites everyday exchange even when markets tighten. By the early 21st century, market infrastructures expanded alongside payment systems. Central counterparties interposed themselves between buyers and sellers, guaranteeing performance. At the time, this reduced bilateral risk but concentrated exposure within clearing institutions. Margin requirements and default funds became critical safeguards. Historical episodes demonstrate that clearing infrastructure can prevent cascades if properly capitalized. However, failures within such nodes would be consequential. The architecture shifted risk from dispersion to concentration. This reflected a broader infrastructural logic. Control and visibility were prioritized over decentralization. The system accepted fewer points of failure in exchange for manageability. The reason infrastructure concentrates risk is operational efficiency. Managing thousands of bilateral relationships is costly and opaque. Central nodes simplify coordination. This works because they are heavily regulated and closely monitored. The mechanism relies on trust in governance rather than dispersion. Infrastructure thus reflects institutional confidence. Societies that trust regulatory capacity favor centralized systems. Those that do not may tolerate fragmentation. Modern monetary systems overwhelmingly chose centralization. This choice shapes power distribution. Institutions operating infrastructure gain influence over access, pricing, and standards. Monetary authority becomes embedded in technical roles rather than overt commands. As accounting, liquidity, and market infrastructures interlock, money operates as a continuous process rather than discrete exchange. Value is maintained through alignment across systems that rarely pause. The architecture is designed to function through cycles of expansion and contraction. Its success depends on invisibility. When infrastructure works, it disappears from attention. When it fails, it becomes suddenly social. Disruptions reveal dependency. Modern economies rely on uninterrupted coordination to sustain routine life. Infrastructure, therefore, carries normative weight. It defines what counts as normal operation. As systems deepen, they shape expectations of immediacy, reliability, and continuity, carrying monetary relationships forward into increasingly integrated forms of social organization. Modern monetary infrastructure now extends into domains where software design and governance choices overlap directly. Application programming interfaces connect banks, payment providers, and platforms into shared ecosystems. These interfaces standardize access to accounts and payment initiation while preserving institutional boundaries. The mechanism is controlled openness. Systems expose selected functions without relinquishing authority over settlement. This works because rules are enforced at the boundary. Innovation occurs at the edges, while the core remains stable. The reason this structure persists is risk containment. Experiments can fail locally without compromising systemic integrity. Infrastructure thus absorbs novelty without redefining its foundations. The social effect is expansion of participation without redistribution of authority. Users gain convenience. Institutions retain control. Money continues to function as a managed system rather than a spontaneous one. Digital wallets and platform-based payments further reshape interaction without altering settlement hierarchies. Funds stored in wallets typically remain claims on regulated institutions. Transfers between users occur within closed systems before being reconciled externally. The mechanism is internal netting. Platforms aggregate flows and settle periodically. This works because trust is delegated. Users trust platforms to maintain balances and honor withdrawals. The reason this delegation succeeds is regulatory backstopping. Platforms operate under licensing regimes that link them to existing infrastructure. Failures therefore propagate outward rather than collapsing inward. The system tolerates new intermediaries by embedding them within established pipes. Money appears more flexible while remaining structurally conservative. Social expectations adjust faster than institutional arrangements. By the 2010s, discussions of digital currencies intensified attention on infrastructure design. At the time, distributed ledger technologies proposed alternative settlement models. Early implementations emphasized decentralization and cryptographic verification. Historical adoption remained limited relative to traditional systems. Volatility, governance challenges, and scalability constrained integration. Central banks observed these developments cautiously. By the late 2010s, research into central bank digital currencies accelerated. These projects did not aim to replace infrastructure, but to extend it. The historical pattern shows adaptation rather than rupture. New instruments were framed as complements. The architecture preserved existing authority structures. Change proceeded through controlled incorporation. According to central bank research, digital currency design prioritizes resilience and interoperability over anonymity. Studies show that integration with existing payment systems reduces transition risk. According to policy analyses, most prototypes retain account-based models with identity verification. This reflects regulatory continuity. Citation literature emphasizes that monetary innovation must align with financial stability mandates. Infrastructure choices are therefore constrained. Technical possibilities are filtered through institutional objectives. The resulting systems resemble existing ones in governance, if not in interface. The evidence suggests that money evolves through layering rather than replacement. Infrastructure absorbs alternatives by redefining them. Resilience has become a central criterion for modern monetary infrastructure. Systems are engineered to withstand cyber threats, natural disasters, and operational failures. The mechanism is redundancy. Multiple data centers, backup networks, and contingency protocols ensure continuity. This works because failure is anticipated rather than denied. The reason resilience dominates design is dependency. As societies rely more heavily on continuous payment access, tolerance for disruption declines. Infrastructure becomes critical infrastructure. Its failure carries social consequences beyond finance. Planning, therefore, extends beyond efficiency. It includes scenario analysis and stress testing. Monetary systems prepare for events that may never occur. Stability becomes a maintained condition rather than a default state. By the early 21st century, coordination among infrastructures intensified. Payment systems, securities settlement, and liquidity facilities aligned operational calendars and standards. At the time, this reduced frictions but increased coupling. Historical experience shows that tightly coupled systems perform well under normal conditions. Under stress, coordination can amplify shocks. Designers respond by introducing circuit breakers and buffers. These slow processes deliberately. The historical lesson is moderation. Speed is valuable until it becomes destabilizing. Infrastructure balances acceleration with restraint. The architecture reflects accumulated learning from crises. Each episode leaves design traces embedded into systems. The mechanism by which infrastructure shapes behavior is expectation. Participants act based on assumed system performance. Deadlines, liquidity usage, and risk management align with operational norms. This works because norms are stable. When infrastructure changes, behavior adjusts gradually. Sudden shifts create uncertainty. The reason infrastructure change is slow is social coordination. Millions of actors must adapt simultaneously. Incrementalism minimizes disruption. Monetary evolution therefore proceeds quietly. Governance choices are technical but consequential. They define access, timing, and priority. Infrastructure embeds values into process. Neutrality is operational rather than absolute. As modern monetary infrastructure deepens, money increasingly functions as continuous coordination across institutions, platforms, and states. Its social role shifts from symbol to service. Value circulates through maintained channels that rarely attract attention. Confidence rests on uninterrupted operation rather than visible backing. This form of money persists by working. The architecture does not persuade. It performs. Each completed transfer reinforces belief in the system. Over time, infrastructure becomes indistinguishable from normality. Money remains social, but its sociality is mediated through systems designed to endure scale, complexity, and change, carrying collective coordination forward as an ongoing technical achievement rather than a negotiated agreement.